Mobilotti, Fort Collins Mayor Jenny Arndt, U.S. Attorney Cole Finnegan, and of course, all the members of the Colorado General Assembly. There's a guide here for me, which is great because there's a few of you, a few new ones I haven't met yet. Welcome. Over the last year, I've been thinking a lot about who we want to be when our great state turns 150 years old in just 2 years. As we envision our future together, I'm often reminded of President Kennedy's speech at Rice University in 1962, because it was there that he articulated his bold vision, saying, "We choose to go to the moon in this decade, not because it's easy, but because it's hard." He took a seemingly impossible goal. Who would think going to the moon, something never attempted in human history, and he made it a mission. And the moonshot goal, as it came to be known, set a standard, not just for the United States, but for the world. And it ushered in a new era of American success and innovation. 7 years later, Neil Armstrong spoke those famous words.
Items on the consent agenda. This is an opportunity for anyone to speak to an item that isn't on tonight's agenda or on any item on our consent agenda. Speakers are limited to 3 minutes. Please tell us your name and if you're a Louisville resident or not. I think we've got some cards for that.
The first one I have is for Natasha Flyer.
Right now attacking my lungs, so I can't speak very well.
Take your time.
I don't want to talk about RTR. I don't want to talk about for it, against it, or anything. That has to do. I just want to say something though. I took the day off of work out of curiosity. I'm from Superior, from Saddlebrook. Because I live right across from where that's why. And I can tell you, I read 8 emails, and I was absolutely brought to tears because I've never seen so many signed off, 74% signed off as I have no trust in my government. They actually signed that. I have no trust in my government. Are they following, are they following the rules? How do I know this? And I think, that is something that just has nothing to do with any particular project, but just to feel how your community, views you. And one letter that really got to me, I'll be honest with you, that's what made me come in today. I wasn't going to come in because I'm really not well. There was a first responder who lost his house, and he was like, "How do I get?" He actually, and it'll be in your letter, Pat. You'll see it. He goes, "I lost my house. I still don't have it rebuilt. How do I get my council to listen to me?" And I just feel somebody had to talk up on their behalves, to be honest with you, to get people to listen. And I know money means a lot, and there's a lot of letters from CEOs and CMOs and COOs and CDOs and CPRs and all the acronyms. But around Louisville and Superior, where I am, there's all these beautiful billboards that say 800-27 from the Marshall Fire, and it says, "We will rebuild." And it shows such a commitment to community. It really is. Honestly, after the Marshall Fire, people came together and people had a sense. It would be nice to see that again. It would really be nice. It would be nice to see that, and we build together in the future too. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any other cards?
I have Sherry Summer, and she is pooling time with Matthew Michaelis, if, I believe he's online, if you can raise your hand so I can. Yes, she's pulling time, so she has 6 minutes.
Okay, please.
With liberty and justice for all. I'm going to speak about the democratic process, but first I'm going to let our council members speak about the democratic process. I have a video, but unfortunately my technology is not good enough, so I'm just going to play clips from the meeting of September 21st, 2021 over my phone. First you'll hear Mayor Lay speaking, then you'll hear Councilmember Dickinson, and finally Councilmember Fahey.
It's a decision of whether
Let's see.
this is a different issue. And
Can you
it's
hear it?
not a quasi-judicial decision. It's a decision of whether the people should decide instead of the council. The referendum is so important that we've put it in the Colorado Constitution, we've put it in our own charter. And it is, and the people who put together the petition knew this, that it's a democratic process, ultimately. It's, do the people in Louisville agree with what council did back in September? And our own democracy, I think, is under attack. The referendum is a process we've put in place for this kind of decision. And I can't, in good conscience, vote to take that away. You know, our own laws allow people to wrest the decision away from council and take it and run with it. And I think that's an important, and I understand the reasoning of the other side. Trust me, I really do. And I thought about it carefully, and I told you what I thought. But I really do think that the right decision here is to send it to the voters. What the petitioners have requested is that it's time for the people, the whole electorate of Louisville, to weigh in. I think just as we wouldn't want to short circuit people in being able to challenge legislation, in some cases we might agree with the result. You know, we shouldn't be changing our view of things just because it might put us on the other side of approval.
At this point, we haven't had any reason for people who are in support of this to organize, gather, sign a petition, or speak out. And I will say that I think if this goes to an election in April, I believe the repeal will be successful. That's what I think will be the end result. I'm not here trying to prevent that. I'm not trying to affect it. I do think that will be the result. But that's all I'm doing is sending this to the voters to get that fair result. I just want you all to know I have read all of your emails. I have listened to you for hours and hours and hours at these meetings. I swear I am listening and I hear you. I know that a huge population has been so against this. I hear you. I totally understand that. I am not for or against this proposal. I was just trying to evaluate it from a quasi-judicial perspective.
I just want to begin to say that I do want to work with the public, and that is why I want this to go to a vote. My issue is that the referendum process was requesting a vote. I'd like to give that to them. This referendum, if in reversing the ordinance, that isn't reconsidering council's decision, that's reversing it. And I think that's something that needs to be done by a vote of all of the registered voters.
This is a different issue.
This is the last bra you will ever buy.
Sorry. Government of the people, for the people, and by the people. That was a lawyer I really respected, Abraham Lincoln, Gettysburg Address, in a time much more divided than ours. That was not government of big money, corporate interests, CFOs, CEOs, big corporations. No, it was government of the residents, the citizens. It was not putting lipstick on a pig and calling it good. I'm speaking on behalf of thousands of residents who you have heard and you've seen many times. We defied the odds going to that election, outspent 32-1, $93,000 from the applicant. We had 3,000. Days after the Marshall Fire, the Marshall, you sent that. Marshall Fire was 9 days later. We were suffering from trauma and shock, but we are strong. We're Louisville people. You represent us, and you know what that requires. It is not going to be lipstick on a pig. It is not going to be pretending you haven't heard us. That is the democratic process. Thank you.
Thank you. Others?
I have someone on Zoom, Heather Gardner.
Heather?
Hi, my name is Heather Gardner. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. I would like to speak about the Ward 1 representative that is needed.
That item is next. We're not quite there yet. This is public items or public comments for items not on the agenda.
Okay. I'm sorry, I thought Red Tail Ridge was on the agenda and someone just spoke about it.
Close, but not quite. But Heather, we'll be up for that in just a little bit, okay? Keep an eye out on Zoom. Okay. That is all we have for public comments on items. Sure. Josh Cooperman.
Josh Cooperman, I live in Louisville. I am pooling time with Tiffany Boyd. First, one very small comment on the consent agenda, item I. The metal lead is spelled L-E-A-D, not L-E-D. All right. To set the stage for these comments, I wish to tell you about a prominent aspect of my personality, which I did not explicitly emphasize last Tuesday night. For as long as I can remember, I set my heart on becoming a scientist. One of my aunts will claim that I had this figured out by the age of 2. First, I settled on paleontologist, a few years later on paleoanthropologist, and then finally in the 6th grade on physicist. As I studied to eventually become an academic physicist, I increasingly assimilated a scientific outlook. Practicing science demands a radical open-mindedness to ideas and possibilities tempered by our understanding of the universe's workings. Practicing science demands a genuine readiness to revise assumptions, interpretations, and principles in light of new evidence about the universe's workings. And practicing science demands constant skepticism and self-critique. As a social enterprise, practicing science demands even more: utmost integrity in one's work, accuracy and precision in conveying one's ideas, profound trust in other scientists' work, critical acceptance of the scientific consensus, and yet still constant skepticism. I do not only subscribe to these demands when practicing science. I try to subscribe to these demands in virtually all aspects of my life. For the scientific method is the best way of which I know to understand and interpret the world. Now let me shift towards the point of my comments. Last Tuesday, the City Council asked candidates for the vacant seat in Ward 1 about approaches to land use decisions. Evidently, I was the only candidate to demonstrate an understanding of City Council's duty to make land use decisions by judging land use applications against the city's municipal code. A land use application comes before City Council tonight. But let me step back. On the 19th of April 2022, Louisville electors voted to nullify approval of a land use application for the Phillips 66 Rural Special District. The land use application on tonight's agenda also pertains to the Phillips 66 Rural Special District. Tonight's proposal is distinct. That is why City Council may entertain it at all. Yet this proposal has many similarities to the previous proposal. In light of all these similarities and the outcome of the special election, City Council should exercise particular vigilance in its review of the land use application on tonight's agenda. This land use application is a preliminary subdivision plat governed by Title 16 of Louisville's Municipal Code. In particular, Section 16.12.
Excuse me, Josh, we're getting into tonight's discussion about,
I am not talking about the substance of that application.
I think you are. And I don't
There's
like,
no other place to make these comments.
well, there is in public comment about.
No, there is
that.
not. Not the comments I am making.
I think there is.
No,
If you can,
you need to take these comments before you start that consideration.
if you can keep your comments separate and apart from what we're deciding tonight about the the preliminary plat, I think you can go forward. I'm not telling you to stop with that. I'm indicating we've got a quasi judicial proceeding, and I want your comments that pertain to that to actually get in the record, and they can't get in the record if you speak now as opposed to then. That's what I'm trying to do. I'm not trying to interrupt
Yeah,
you
well, I'll
just
have
to
separate
stop your
comments
flow.
then if it comes to it.
Okay, well, if you can keep them, I think I understand the distinction that you're drawing between the rural plan that you were talking about before and this plat, but be mindful of the distinction and end up on one side, if you would.
I have tried.
All right?
I'm just talking about the code right now. In particular, section 16.12.050 specifies the contents of a preliminary plat, stating, the contents of the preliminary plat shall be as follows, then listing items A through AA. Note that, as stated in section 16.08.010B, the word shall is always mandatory and not directory. In other words, a preliminary plat must contain items A through AA. If you have done your homework as I have, and here I excuse Councilor Huffner, then you should know that the preliminary plat in tonight's meeting packet fails to contain all items A through AA. Specifically, item S is completely absent, items G, N, P, and Q are partially absent, and items M and Y may not be sufficiently present. These incomplete items are essential to interpretation of the application. I appreciate that the staff report states that all relevant information for the preliminary plat review has been provided.
I'm sorry, I'm going to stop you because we're talking about the proposal, you're talking about the requirements of the application for the plat, and that's not germane to this. This is going to be on the.
Yes,
it's
but
gonna
how
be
am
on
I
the-
supposed to comment on whether or not you should consider the plat before you actually do consider it?
You can do that in your discussion in public comments when we get to that.
But that is after you start to consider it.
Well, that's the way it's done, and the remedy for that, I suppose, if there's some reason why we shouldn't be considering it all, then we'll make a determination whether we should reach a decision. But we're not going to do that right now. I think I understand what you're saying. This is kind of a door-closing issue, but it's the kind of issue that you raise in comments on the item itself. You'll have a chance to do that.
I understand that.
I have one more card from Tamar Krantz, and she is pooling time with Mike Putney.
Mike,
Putney. Putney.
okay, is he here?
Yeah, outside. Actually, on this one, I'm not pulling time because I wanted to make comments on items not on the agenda. I did want to pull time when I talked about one of the agenda items. So this is just a concern that I had regarding process.
Can you speak into the mic so they can hear you on Zoom?
Sure, sorry. Yeah, I have a comment on procedures, and this one relates to most land development procedures, including one that's on the agenda tonight. We have a requirement in the procedures from our planning department that applications be submitted in their entirety before they're considered. And I just wanted to ask City Council and planning staff to be mindful of the problems that are created when applications get changed in between reviews. For example, if something goes before OSAB and then PPLAB, and then it comes to Planning Commission in a different form, it's difficult for Planning Commission to review that. And just likewise, if Planning Commission reviews something that is like a different kind of animal than what City Council is seeing, I would love it if you could address how you consider a recommendation from Planning Commission when you're hearing something different. And it gets really complicated when an agenda item is 960 pages, and then the item is continued and comes back as 1,170 pages. And members of the public just can't see what the difference is. I mean, whether there's a difference in something that the applicant submitted or if it's just a matter of additional public comments being addressed. So I'm just hoping that in your procedures that you're able to differentiate between what changes were made between the first and the second proposals that came before you on these kind of things. And then finally, I also, yeah, so I wonder, I would say that if things get too complicated and they have to be changed, the better procedure is to remand them back to the previous board or commission. I also have a concern about the quasi-judicial process. Residents greatly appreciate it when they get responses back from City Council. And one resident sent me something that I wasn't sure if it was true. A City Council member said in an email to a resident today, and now this might pertain to one of our things, but I could read the comment if that's okay.
I think I'd prefer to do that during the.
Okay, so let me just move on. So a City Council member made a comment to a resident today that I felt is very subjective and constitutes a prejudice. And if you read, it's in contrast to what was said in the denial by the Planning Commission.
We're talking about the
right.
proposal.
Okay, I'm just saying that if it would be okay if City Council members who made comments regarding this proposal to residents in response to emails that sounded very definitive, if they could walk that back or disclose that as part of their disclosures, that they have already made a decision on certain items that you don't want me to say right now, but that they said to certain items that were said regarding subdivision plats and GDPs to members of the public before this hearing. I would like to see that disclosed, and I'd also appreciate it if council members.
The time has run out.
Okay.
Finish, if you can finish in a
please
sentence.
disclose just really finally, please disclose conversations you've had with Avista, with the developer, with Monarch High School, and other people outside of the quasi-judicial process. It would be just nice for us to hear, and donations that were received, even if they were returned by your campaigns. Thank you.
Thanks. Any others? I'm going to go over this in a little bit, but let's see. Are there any more comments? I'm going to talk a little bit about the quasi-judicial process in just a little while, but and address some of these kinds of issues. Anything more? All right. So consent agenda. Does anybody have a motion concerning the consent agenda?
I'll move to approve the consent agenda.
Second.
Does anyone have any comments on the consent agenda? Hearing none. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? Consent agenda is adopted. Council informational comments on pertinent items not on the agenda. Do council members have any pertinent items not on the agenda on which they would like to report? Yes, Councilmember Fahey.
I would just like to commend our Public Works Department on the wonderful job they did clearing the snow from the streets, particularly the major thoroughfares. Thank you.
Thanks. Anyone else? Okay. Next is City Manager's report.
Thank you, Mayor. Nothing tonight.
Thanks. All right. The regular business menu for tonight starts with the appointment of the Ward 1 council member. And the first piece on this is public comments. The second is any council questions and discussion. And then if we're ready to take a motion, we'll take a motion and a roll call. So, public comment. Do we have any cards on this one?
I'm going to start with Megan Otteson on Zoom.
Hi, my name is Megan Otteson. I will keep my comments short. I live at 638 Columbine Court, Louisville, and I continue to support Josh Cooperman's candidacy for this role. I think he has been very passionate and involved when it comes to city affairs. He has been a great leader and contributor to the Louisville Sustainability Board, and his knowledge of city affairs will greatly benefit this position. Thank you.
Thank you. Other comments?
Next is Heather Gardner.
Heather, are you still there? Or there again?
Yes, I'm here. I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
All right. My name's Heather Gardner, and I live at 1158 Lafarge Avenue in Ward 1. I would also like to voice my continued support for Josh Cooperman. I love his passion, and I know that he cares deeply about the issues facing Louisville, including issues of climate change and sustainability, open space, and wildfire mitigation. I really appreciate his thoughtfulness, and when he has come to my door to speak about issues, he's willing to speak in depth about the issues. He's just a very thoughtful, deep thinker. Also, as a scientist, I believe that he has a unique perspective. I don't know that there are any other scientists currently on city council, but I believe that that is an important perspective, especially in this day and age in times of climate change. So please reconsider Josh Cooperman. Thank you.
Thank you, Heather.
Next is Tim Stalker.
Hi, I'm Tim Stalker. I live at 806 West Dahlia Court. I'm here to just support Josh Cooperman in the best way I know how. I know him very well. He's very well thought out. As you've seen tonight, he's a scientist. You need him on your council, especially tonight. You don't want to make a mistake out of the gate. Seat Josh tonight. Thanks.
Thank you, Tim.
Next is Nancy Commons.
I'm Nancy Cummins. I live at 261 Short Place in Ward 1, and I would really appreciate anybody speaking on this issue say what ward they're in. I am deeply, deeply disappointed in your straw poll decision last week. I've written you. I will take it on good faith that you read my letter. It isn't that Tim isn't qualified. It's that Josh is more qualified. And he's more qualified because of the threats that our community faces from climate change, from intolerance, from wealth overtaking a community that used to be full of working class people. And it's really, really uncomfortable to do the work that it takes to make change. Of course, it's really easy to be comfortable, to look around and see people that look just like you and have the money that you have. but we need something different in Louisville. And I am urgently asking you to reconsider the decision and to pick the more qualified person for the vacancy. And I'm especially speaking to my representatives because at least one of you, if not both of you, did not support the will of Ward 1.
Thanks, Nancy.
Next is Ayton Wilson. Ayton Wilson, I-T-E-N. Tiffany Boyd.
I think that last one might have been Kenneth Wilson. Can you check?
That's a whole different
thank you.
story.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Couldn't read my writing. I'm sorry about that.
Right.
Yes, I'm Ken Wilson, 261 Short Place in Ward 1. I feel like I should preface my remarks by saying that I do think we have trustworthy representative government in Louisville. And even at times when I may disagree with a decision by the council, that doesn't mean I don't think that we have good government in Louisville. Last week, I observed as you interviewed and discussed the qualifications of the applicants for the Ward 1 council member vacancy, I was most impressed with Josh Cooperman's qualifications. His scientific background, his service on the Louisville Sustainability Advisory Board, his regular attendance at and participation in city meetings, his recent experience campaigning door to door throughout our city, his collaboration with youth in our community on climate action, his support from the East County Housing Opportunity Coalition, and his detailed, knowledgeable answers to your questions. I was especially excited that two young citizens, a 21-year-old and a 17-year-old, were inspired to speak in support of Cooperman. I was then quite surprised that an informal straw vote caused you, in that vote, you decided to move forward a different candidate, certainly a qualified one, but less knowledgeable about our city and about Ward 1. From my standpoint, as a Ward 1 resident, I would feel best represented by Josh Cooperman. He would provide valuable and complementary expertise and perspective on the council. I'm pleased that we have legal and business knowledge on the council. Given the climate crisis and the role science and technology play in our community, I do think some additional scientific knowledge is needed to balance the council. I hope that after a week's reflection, you will recognize Josh Cooperman's exceptional qualifications to represent Ward 1 and vote to appoint him to City Council this evening. Thank you.
Thank you, Ken.
Now it's Tiffany Boyd.
Good evening. My name is Tiffany Boyd. I live at 550 Grant Avenue. And thank you so much to all of you for the ongoing work that you're doing for our community. It's amazing. You've committed yourself to reading, to researching, to listening, to problem solving, engaging with diverse stakeholders, and attending hours of meetings and investing yourself in creating a Louisville where all of us can thrive for generations to come. These are very similar qualifications demonstrated by the commitment of Josh Cooperman. And none of my comments tonight are anti-Tim, they're just all pro-Josh. So first of all, council talks about creating spaces that include and value people from a variety of economic situations. Josh took it upon himself to help make sure that SNAP and other food assistance programs are accepted at our farmers market. The council talks about listening to youth voices and their absolutely real climate anxieties. Josh makes time to listen to their points of view and continuously incorporates their priorities into his civic engagement. This council talks about the pressing needs of taking action on our decades-long struggle in our community to create enough affordable housing so our citizens can live, work, and play in our town. Josh has attended several meetings of East County Housing Opportunity. He has participated in multiple reviews of our land use codes in order to help problem solve and determine some of the best paths forward. This council talks about economic vitality for our town and how important it is for McCaslin and downtown and all of our community. Josh researches and contributes tangible and concrete solutions that the economic vitality meetings, at planning commissions, at LSAB, and at council meetings, because he understands the intersectionality of our town's economic growth with all of the other issues facing us having a healthy community. The results of your straw poll last Tuesday night left many of us confused and sad. We are respectfully asking you to reconsider the results of the Ward 1 straw poll. If a citizen like Josh Cooperman is not city council material, then none of us are. Thank you.
Thanks, Tiffany.
Next is Jojo Fulmer.
Hi, I'm Jojo Fulmar. I very recently moved to Lafayette, but I had lived in Louisville for basically my entire life up until then. And I'm here in support of Josh Cooperman. And just in all of my time knowing Josh, he has been such a outstanding leader, and he has really been instrumental in a lot of the things that have happened at the city, and he is passionate about a lot of the issues that are extremely pressing in our society today and at our city level, such as climate change and equity, diversity, and inclusion issues. So, and he's also one of the most knowledgeable and well-researched people I know in those subjects. So I hope you will reconsider and vote for Josh for the city council position. Thank you.
Thanks, Jojo.
Tess Weltzing.
Okay, hi, I'm Tess Weltzine. First off, I wanted to say thank you for taking the time to hear from me today and for everything that you do for the community. I very much appreciate it. Okay, I'm here on behalf of the decision that has been made for the vacancy in Ward 1. I understand that Tim Bierman has been appointed for this position. I just wanted to share my support for Josh Cooperman one more time before decisions are final. So as a youth growing up in this changing world, my hope for future has been in leaders and politicians. I can't vote yet, and so for me, the only change I feel like I can really create is through working with and speaking with people in power. I've been doing this all since 8th grade. Through rain or shine, I show up to testify, I show up to meetings, and I do all of this so I can address the social and environmental issues of our time. And that's the thing. I do this because I care. I care so deeply for Louisville because localized change and success is where we have the biggest impact. Recently, I, along with other high school students, have met with Councilmember Diedrich and Councilmember Judy to address our hopes for climate action, affordable housing, and diversity and inclusion, which we are all very grateful for that. For my generation, these are our biggest concerns, and being able to voice that, to be listened to, and to be supported is such a powerful thing. Josh does precisely this. He listens. He listens to each individual in this town, whether that is constantly attending the city council meetings, joining the Sustainability Advisory Board, or conducting a listening tour for his bid for mayor. I've worked with him for more than 3 years now, and he has been both a role model and an inspiration for me. He truly cares. Josh prioritizes developing more affordable housing, revitalizing our business sector, safeguarding against wildfires, improving multimodal transportation, and creating a more diverse, equitable, and inclusive community. And that's really what I mean when I say that Josh listens. He hears my generation's call for help, while focusing on the already successful economical, social, and environmental endeavors of Louisville. Josh's education and his commitment to our town shows me that he cares. His actions tell me that he is fighting for a future of mine. and he is telling me that I will be able to live in Louisville when I'm older, that I can afford it, that the air will be clean for me to breathe, and the community will be as strong and united as ever. The youth in this town depend on leaders like Josh to advocate for our goals and hopes. I hope that you can see the incredible assets he brings to the Louisville government. Thank you.
Thank you.
Kevin Lombardo.
Sure, I'm supposed to follow that. I'm Kevin Lombardo. I live in Louisville. I'm in Ward 2. Yeah, I guess I just wanted to say that I was, like many others, surprised and confused by the results of the straw vote last week after watching the Ward 1 applicant interviews. It seemed obvious to me that Josh Cooperman was the logical choice for the selection, given the various criteria that the council was looking for and the priorities that face our city, especially in Ward 1. When the mayor stressed to each candidate that y'all were looking for someone to start this week and hit the ground running, it seemed clear that the most qualified applicant and maybe the most qualified person in the room was Josh, given his expansive knowledge on the very specific details on how the city's government works. When Councilmember Hamilton suggested looking at upcoming initiatives, which I thought was a great idea, and determining who would be most qualified to work on them, Josh seemed to be the answer to me, given that many of the priorities revolve around sustainability, decarbonization, greenhouse gas emission reduction, and diversity, equity, and inclusion, and accessibility. When asked how to make Louisville more diverse, equitable, inclusive, and accessible, Josh was the only candidate who was seemingly aware of and referenced the EDI task force commissioned by Louisville to answer those very questions. So, in my opinion, Josh gave the most detailed and well thought out answers to all the questions, and I still support his selection for Ward 1 City Council representative. Thank you.
Thank you.
Don Parcher.
You see we have one online too, right? Okay.
Good evening. Don Parcher, 378 Grouse Court, 10-year resident of Louisville. Thank you all, and thanks all who have stepped up to serve our community. Appreciate it. My main concern is climate change, and that's why I ask you to please appoint Josh Cooperman to the City Council. I agree with Josh that climate change is our top concern. I also agree with former Mayor Ashley Stoltzman that we both lose sleep over climate change, if you think about it. I hate to say it, but I think we may be past the point of no return for saving life on Earth. So everything we do needs to be climate change needs to be top of mind. Please consider permafrost is thawing, releasing methane, which accelerates climate change faster than carbon dioxide. This is the permafrost carbon cycle. It's a vicious cycle, which seems impossible to reverse. More extensive wildfires like the Marshall Fire release carbon into the air, and that makes climate change worse and causes worse wildfires. So again, a vicious cycle, which again seems unlikely to be reversed. Melting ice sheets near the poles are melting, and how do you reverse that? So climate change, as you probably all know and we've seen, it causes more destructive storms, drought, flooding, and these things lead to climate migration, which leads to conflicts, regional conflicts. Our grandson was born just under 2 years ago, and he's expecting a little brother. This is Jack. He's expecting a little brother in 5 months. And so I worry about what we're leaving for them in the future here. I'd like for you to make Louisville a model, an example for other communities. Let's aim for net carbon zero or negative to show that it can be done and maintaining economic vitality. We need everyone to do their part. Individuals can only do so much. We have solar panels, electric vehicle. We've gotten rid of the grass. I've got a checklist for saving life on Earth. I've organized the community, trying to get people to do the right thing, but we need businesses and elected officials to do the right, to help out also. It really requires all of us. I want to say Josh has been far more responsive to my outreaches than anyone else in the city. I appreciate that, with maybe Barbara and Dietrich an exception there. And thank you for coming to our block party and meeting with me. I appreciate that. So please support Josh, and please reconsider, or not, please reject the Red Tail Ridge proposal. Thank you.
Thank you, Don.
Next is Michiko Christensen.
All right, I think we have this worked out. All right, so I'm Michiko. I live in Ward 3. I read through all of the applications. It was very interesting. And I'm really hoping that with the recent discussion that we just saw tonight, earlier with the little door closing incident earlier, just that, we need peace, right? And I really do support Josh because of his experiences. And I'm really hoping that the council members are really looking at qualifications and setting aside personal opinions, any biases that might have, and really just approaching at this from a very neutral position and having the best at heart for us. So thank you so much. Good night.
Thanks.
Josh Cooperman.
Josh Cooperman. I live in Ward 1. I am pooling time with my wife, who is in attendance, as well as my children. I was only present at last Tuesday's City Council meeting for my candidate interview. With my wife out of town for work, beforehand I had to prepare dinner for my girls, and afterwards I had to relieve their babysitter for bedtime. Having realized that I was not on Zoom for City Council's discussion, Mayor Lay thoughtfully called me later that night to inform me of City Council's preliminary decision. Although I may not have indicated at that time, I was hugely disappointed. After mulling over the situation for a couple of days, I decided that I was not ready to concede. So I am here tonight to make my case once more, and a number of Louisville residents are here to support me. I am not one to readily advocate on my behalf. Indeed, I cannot recall having ever advocated for myself at a city council meeting. On the one hand, I am now going to advocate for myself. On the other hand, I am here to advocate for Louisville, its residents, businesses, and visitors, as I would also do from the dais. While I do not doubt that either Tim Bierman or Gordon Madonna could serve successfully, I still believe that I am the best candidate to represent Ward 1 at this time, and that I made such a demonstration through my application and interview. So let me, or rather us, attempt to convince you. I have now had a chance to review the recording of last Tuesday's City Council meeting. While successively voicing their thoughts on each candidate, City Council members provided balanced and thoughtful perspectives on the three of us. I especially appreciated what each council member shared about me. The discussion then took a turn as certain City Council members extolled, burnished, and inflated the qualifications of their preferred candidate while deflating the qualifications of other candidates. To do so was entirely their prerogative. While the application process was well-defined, the selection process was not. By submitting my application without further inquiry, I accepted such an undefined process. How should the selection process proceed? This question is not straightforward to answer, but I will offer one suggestion. City Council could treat the selection process like a quasi-judicial hearing, working solely from the evidence presented, application materials, interview responses, and public testimony. Still, City Council would need a rubric by which to judge this evidence. On which criteria might this rubric be based? This question is also not straightforward to answer, but I will again offer a few suggestions. First, since the process of appointing a council member replaces a popular vote, perhaps City Council should attempt to determine which candidate enjoys the most support, say, based on the number of supporting comments. Prior to last Tuesday night, I received 48 letters of support and Tim received 52 letters of support. At last Tuesday night's meeting, I received 12 comments in support and Tim received 3 comments in support. Of course, this measure of popularity is probably not very robust. Next, City Council should consider the quality and content of applications and interviews. I contend that my responses to the application supplemental questions and to the interview questions were uniformly the most informed, detailed, and thoughtful. While the quality and content of applications and interviews are clearly important, there are further factors to consider, some of which City Council took up last Tuesday. For instance, candidates' service to the community, engagement with the city and its governance, preparation for serving on City Council, ability to work with residents and fellow City Council members, and alignment with City Council's current work plan. While neither Tim nor I can compete with Gordon's lifetime of service to Louisville, I contend that my service over the past 4 years is admirable. This service extends well beyond matters of local governance, helping to bring SNAP benefits to our farmers market, supporting the city's sustainability division at events like Ecotoberfest, volunteering to lead reading groups and assist with garden lessons at Louisville Elementary, and using my flexibility as a stay-at-home father to assist other families after school, as Councilor Dickinson can certainly attest. Just this past weekend, I was shoveling neighbors' sidewalks and cooking for a meal train. Concerning engagement, I am probably the most involved resident, excepting yourselves and Sherry Summer. Concerning preparation, can you honestly argue that any other resident, again excepting Sherry, is more prepared to hit the ground running as a new council member? Concerning my ability to work with others, I recommend that you ask my fellow members of the Sustainability Advisory Board and Bee City USA Committee, as well as the many residents to whom I spoke on the campaign trail. Concerning alignment with your work plan, I wrote you on 14 January that I am quite pleased with its final form. More specifically, not only am I fully invested in updating our comprehensive plan, but I fully agree with City Council's sentiments that sustainability and diversity, equity, and inclusion should be overarching guidelines. I have engaged extensively on issues of open space management, especially climate adaptation and resilience. I have engaged extensively on issues of multimodal transportation, including underpasses and safety. I campaigned on development and redevelopment ideas for revitalization and process and code changes for vitality. I have been one of the community's leading advocates for affordable housing. I have expressed my support for fire hardening efforts on multiple occasions, and I have consistently advocated for land use changes to achieve these goals. I now ask you to revisit your straw poll from last Tuesday night so that I may represent Ward 1 and all of Louisville on City Council, so that together we can create a bright future for all of Louisville's inhabitants for generations to come.
Thanks, Josh.
Cynthia Korn.
Good evening, Mayor Lay, council members. It's tricky. I'm Cynthia Korn. I live in Louisville. To the prior point, I live in Ward 3. I also own a property in Ward 1 where we've gotten to know our neighbors, where we have a storage unit and a rental unit right there together. So we've gotten to know our neighbors in Ward 1 over the last 10 years. Especially through the fires and recovery during that time. So, community. What does community mean? I think what we need community to mean, based on comments of the current council holds our trust, the current council doesn't hold our trust. Community needs to include people and businesses. Right? The residents and businesses. It shouldn't be community or economic vitality. We need to think of community again. We need to think of solutions. And here's where speaking on behalf of Josh Cooperman is easy. You know, think global, act local. And I implore my Ward 3 representatives to vote for Josh. Ward 3 is off the charts supportive of open space, parks, sustainability. Probably of all of the wards, we are the most proactive on those measures. So if you're voting for somebody other than Josh, you're not representing Ward 3 who trusted you by not running against you. Same thing with Mayor Pro Tem Dickinson. Josh could have run for your seat. He didn't. That deserves respect. He will bring solutions. So the criteria to look at, if we don't look at prior municipal government experience as the criteria, how about skills? How about what skills and expertise he brings versus the other candidates? So if you want to set aside experience based on your own experience instead of what the people of your ward are asking you to do, then I would shift. Please think about the skills that Josh brings versus the other candidates. Again, he's head and shoulders above in terms of his knowledge of what it takes to do work on the dais. What are our boards? A lot of the members here don't know all of our boards that well. Josh could round that out. The other thing I just wanted to mention is when Kyle Brown was appointed, there were people with legal background that were equally qualified. Kyle rounded out the qualifications of the board at that time. Like others have said, we have enough business experience. We need Josh's experience on the board to round it out. Please look after community. Please vote for Josh. Thank you.
Thanks, Cynthia.
Helen Moshik.
Hi, everybody. My name is Helen Moshak, and I'm a Louisville resident. And I'm asking you to please listen to your constituents and propose an alternative motion to appoint Josh Cooperman to the new next Louisville as the new city council member. Josh is already an outstanding community leader. He should be on our city council, responsible for budgets, planning, and policies for Louisville. He has demonstrated a tremendous set of relevant skills, knowledge, ability, and passion to engage with the community and advocate for a comprehensive vision for Louisville, including supporting a vital business community, protecting the environment, and integrating sustainability, equity, and inclusion into how we live, work, play, and govern in Louisville. Josh has talked with and listened to thousands of neighbors across town, volunteered for boards, committees, and community events, campaigned for the overwhelmingly successful approval of ballot measure 2C, and championed initiatives that do and will make Louisville an even better place to live. I conferred with some legal colleagues who are city attorneys throughout the region, and they really urged us to ask you to create an alternative motion so that you can consider Josh as a candidate for the open position. So it would take one of you to make that motion for that to happen. Please create that alternative motion and vote to select Josh Cooperman to be our next City of Louisville Council member. Thank you.
Thanks, Helen.
Catherine Smith.
Good evening, I'm Catherine Smith. I live in Ward 3, and you're going to be surprised to hear I am here tonight in support of Josh Cooperman. I'd like to tell you a little bit about why. I know you've heard a lot about him, but I am a person who's decided that part of my, I think, Marilee, you said I'm a recovering attorney. Part of my recovery involves advocating for the climate and for the environment. And there is no one in the city that I know, I am not brought to tears publicly much, but Josh is someone who has really devoted himself to what I see as one of the primary issues of our time, and that is activating the community at the local level to address the environmental issues that we face. He is a genuine, sincere person I have worked with him in community groups. He is a voice that is thoughtful, a voice that adds to our groups, and I am certain that he would do the same thing at City Council. You've heard a lot about Josh. I didn't hear anything that didn't ring true to me, and I urge you to do what needs to be done through your special motions. Get the power, get the wand, do it. Josh is the best for us. Thank you.
Thank you, Catherine.
John Cowley?
Hello, thanks for this opportunity to speak. Once again, I want to speak on behalf of Josh. I'm John Cowley at 303 Fairfield Lane, that's Ward 3, so I'm partly speaking to my representatives. I'd like City Council to take a fresh look at the kind of person it needs to get the most benefit for the Louisville City Council. You've been entrusted with managing the future of our city. We need a problem solver with practical, forward-thinking ideas. We need someone who can drill down into the many complexities associated with development such as CU at Cinnabar and Red Tail Ridge. Your top criterion shouldn't be who you think you'd be the most comfortable with. That's how fraternities choose their members. Your top criterion should be who would best represent Ward 1. And as many people have said, Josh has talked with hundreds of residents, walked into all the neighborhoods. He spent years learning how our city functions. He didn't just become interested in the last few months. You know that Josh could hold a ward meeting tomorrow and speak knowledgeably about all relevant city activities. Josh knows the importance of successful businesses to the well-being of Louisville. Our business community has major influence with the city, and in many ways it should. However, Josh also understands that the City Council is not an agent of the business community. It must keep the business community at arm's length because the City Council must sometimes restrict the desires of businesses in order to accomplish many objectives we residents have entrusted to you. This understanding prevents the risk of regulatory capture of the City Council by businesses or other groups. Most of all, we need competence. We need someone who has been a longtime observer of the city's operations and who has visionary ideas for the future. Josh became a candidate for mayor because he really cares about our city. If you're truly looking to up your game, your obvious choice is Josh Cooperman to fill the seat for Ward 1. Thank you.
Thank you.
Scott Baskerville?
Hi, my name's Scott Baskerville. I'm a Louisville resident. Please consider an alternative motion to appoint Josh Cooperman to be the next new Louisville City Council member. He's already made such a tremendous difference for Louisville with his volunteering, campaigning, participating in council and board meetings, knowledge and hard work. We need him on council to make decisions about budgets and policies in support of sustainability, affordable housing, and a vibrant community for all of Louisville. Thank you.
Thanks.
Cindy Bedell?
Oh, hi, I'm Cindy Bedell. I live in Ward 2 in Louisville. I don't know the other candidate for the Ward 1 vacancy, but I do know Josh. And I know Josh because he has been so visibly active in citizen engagement in the last few years. I would support him for our city council. Josh is intelligent. He has exceptional critical thinking skills. He brings research skills to the council. He gets things done, and he is courageous to speak up. Even when things are complicated or contentious, he will speak up for what he believes is right. and he has had incredible track record with knowledge and advocacy for sustainability. So in summary, I would like you to consider Josh for the Ward 1 appointee. On a separate topic, I wondered if we might possibly be able to move the Red Tail Ridge preliminary plat up on the agenda when I look at all the people that are here tonight for that. Thank you.
Thanks. Who's next?
Susan McEachern.
Hello, I'm Susan McEachern. I've been a Louisville resident for 40 years, and now that I'm retired, I have a lot more time to really think about and try to be actively engaged in all the issues that are so important to our community. And I've worked since the time I have had that ability with Josh Cooperman on the Bee City Committee. I've seen his work on the Sustainability Advisory Board, and I just have so much respect for his ability to think through issues, to research issues, to work collaboratively. And I know you've heard this from everyone else, and we're short on time, but I just want you to know that I support him wholeheartedly. Thank you.
Thank you, Susan.
Tamar Krantz.
Hi, thanks for hearing me up here again. I appreciate you taking my comment. I don't have too much to add. I was very impressed with Josh's advocating for himself and was thinking about things that I could add. I know that he's a humble person, and I was thinking of what I could add, that he's worked and helped me understand some of the really complicated issues behind dark skies and pollinators. And but rather than that, I know it's a really hard thing to have a straw poll that comes one way and then to come back to City Council and to have an alternative motion. And I just was wondering if, hoping that you'll be able to have some discussion, some additional discussion. It was a really long night when you did the interviews, and you were extraordinarily patient, letting people speak until they finished answering things fully. I was really appreciative of that, and I felt like maybe you didn't get, I'm hoping maybe you didn't get to say everything you wanted to say during your deliberations. So in addition to making an alternative motion so you can have two motions to consider, I'm wondering if you'd be willing to just do like your own straw poll and rank each candidate on the 5 questions that you chose were the most important to ask your council members, because I feel like that wouldn't make anybody feel like, you know, oh, we asked for a do-over and we got a different thing, so we should do another do-over. I just feel like it might be a really good way to fairly consider all the aspects of each application, from EDI to experience to viewpoints of the comprehensive plan, et cetera. Thanks for considering that.
Thank you, Tamara.
Ted Batriel.
Good evening, I'm Ted Batriel. I live in Ward 1. I lived in Ward 3 previously. I want to say what a great moment this is to see everyone speak, and to speak specifically to you, Josh. I want to thank you for all the hard work that you've done, and I want to thank the committee for choosing Tim. I think while I've heard all these great things about Josh, I encourage all of you guys to talk to Tim, because he gives a great perspective. I've spent a lot of time with him over the last year trying to understand his view on things, and I think we're all very passionate about doing the right thing by the community and establishing kind of a new place for Louisville now and into the future, and I'm confident that you made the right choice. So I want to thank the City Council for doing that, and I want to encourage all of Josh's supporters, and Josh too, to talk to Tim and keep doing what you're doing. Josh, thank you. I really do appreciate it. Thank you.
Thanks.
Wei-Yin Chen.
Hi, I'm Wei-Yin. I live in the Ward 2, and I'm here to support Josh for the Ward 1 council member. I didn't grow up like you, all of you, in a democratic environment. This is new for me to learn this process but after living in this country 30 years, sometimes I feel a little bit disappointed for the variety of the government members, like you, mayor or council member. Majority of you are lawyers or businessmen, and I don't really know Josh, but just looking his background, he's a scientist. We need a scientist, a doctor, some other variety backgrounds to be part of our government body. And in the recent history in Europe, there are two great leaders. One is Mrs. Thatcher from England. Her background is physicist, scientist. Recently, Angela Merkel from Germany, she's a scientist. We need more variety of background to be our government body. Thank you.
Thank you.
Matt Bliss.
Thank you. My name is Matt Bliss. I live in Ward 1, Louisville. And I just wanted to express my support for Tim Bierman. His dedication, his enthusiasm, his willingness to work with others is second to none. I've heard a lot of people talk about community here this evening, and I just want to say, I don't know anyone who can organize a group of people like Tim can. He is the embodiment of community in this town. His ability to listen, learn, and adapt to keep our town healthy and strong, I believe, will be one of his strongest qualities. And this is nothing about Josh. You know, he sounds like a great guy. I'm really glad that we have people in our community that are willing to be this involved. I think the folks here who are supportive of Josh are going to find a listening ear in Tim. Thank you.
Thanks.
Susan Liu online.
Hi, my name is Susan Liu, and I live in Ward 2, and I'm a Marshall Fire survivor, and have lived in Louisville for over 34 years. I am appalled at the intolerance and hijacking of the public input process that is happening right now. Josh would have forced rebuilders to build net zero at a personal cost of $75,000 to $100,000 per residence. Many of us could not have afforded to rebuild because of his climate change agenda. These speakers represent a single segment of sour grapes and not necessarily the majority, yet portray themselves as such. If Josh wants so badly to be the Ward 1 counselor, he can run in the next election and test his popularity, much like he did in his race for mayor. Thank you.
Thanks, Sue.
Matthew Michaelis.
Hi. My family lives in Ward 2. My name is Matthew Michaelis, 1918 Quail Circle. So this issue, though, is systemic. It's not just Ward 2. It's not just Louisville. It's not just to Colorado. The transient abandonment of democratic order never just affects a singular issue. Democracy only functions so long as faith in democracy exists. That faith and trust is not manifest from birth and eternally renewing. It is earned and it can be lost. We are currently the hardest hit generation in history in terms of propaganda exposure. I'm a researcher who studies the effects of social media on the human mind and how this all manifests into a societal ripple that changes the world around us. This process has made us numb to issues that will inevitably kill us, that will cause our trees to burn and our minds to rot. Democracy in this country at the highest level is no longer ideological, it is sycophantic. It is my opinion that we can only cure this from the bottom up, from grassroots efforts to bring forward our best and brightest to help solve the problems that they lose sleep over every night as we do. By and large, the people of the city want Josh to be part of that solution and for environmentalism to be the first and foremost concern. I have seen Josh speak, I have seen his confidence and intellect, I have also heard how he speaks, and I see myself in him. I'm not diagnosing Josh, but how he speaks with precision and clarity resonates with my experience as an autistic individual. Discrimination is very common among people who speak as we speak. Our credentials are ignored simply because of the manner in which we speak. When I see his clear love for the city alongside his astounding credentials, I cannot help but see this as an issue of a perceived personality incompatibility from the other members of the council. We cannot see into each other's souls, but the way that we act reflects what cannot be seen. And I can see that Josh is a wonderful and passionate individual from his words and his actions. I can see the community support for him. I know that you all can see this as well. He deserves a genuine chance, and I implore you not to throw away the faith of those who are there in person tonight in support of this man. When you ignore them, the sick, the young, the old, the differently abled, their faith in the democratic process is lost, even just a little. And I'll remind you, it is not an eternal wellspring. I'll yield the rest of my time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Maxine Most.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, so the first thing I want to say, because I'm not going to try to repeat everything that everyone said about Josh, but I do want to say, I think one of the criteria you should use is how many city council meetings have been attended by the person you're planning to appoint. Because Tim may be an extremely talented, great, wonderful person, community builder, all the rest of that. But Josh is way more prepared to be on the city council than I was when I started 2 years ago. He's one of the smartest guys in the room, no matter what room he's in. And I think that's something that we really have to think about. But again, you know, to have someone who has never participated in local government, when you have someone else who has demonstrated massive participation in local government, there really shouldn't be a choice. And I also want to thank Susan Liu for letting us know that net zero costs $75,000 to $100,000, not the $300,000 to $500,000 that she claimed it was going to cost. Thank you.
Larry Donner.
My name's Larry Donner. I live at 1020 Willow Place. As a Marshall Fire victim, I remember Josh Cooperman advocating for a ban on mowing and maintenance on all public properties. The smell of smoke was still in the air, and my home was burnt to the ground. If this is Josh's idea of science and a visionary approach to the city, I am at a total loss. I simply do not think Josh Cooperman should be considered for city council. He does not seem to have any common sense. Thank you.
Thanks.
Mark Cathcart. Mark, you need to unmute on your end.
Let me try again. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello, this is Mark Cathcart. I live in North End, which is in Ward 1. I suspect most of you didn't see it, but if you read Boulder Weekly online, you would have seen that when I was asked by the editor of Boulder Weekly about what I thought would change, I said back almost a month ago that the Marshall Fire victims would and are continuing to suck all the air out of Louisville in the room. So, you know, I appreciate that they've been through a terrible condition. They don't live in our ward. Susan Liu is absolutely correct. Josh Cooperman, if appointed tonight, will have to stand to be voted. This isn't a permanent appointment. It doesn't even, as I understand it, last for a year. Josh Cooperman is one of the nicest, most intelligent people who is data-driven that I've met. And while I'm sure that many of the Marshall Fire victims feel that he doesn't represent them, as far as I'm aware, no one in Ward 1 had their homes burnt down by the Marshall Fire. We were lucky. The recall election of Maxine Most was disheartening, and I said it would stifle discussion. If you allow the non-Ward 1 voters tonight to overrule this proposed change, then I, for one, am very disappointed. Thank you for your time, City Council.
Thank you, Mark.
Somebody with a phone number ending in 3318? You'll need to unmute on your end. I'm sorry, you're not unmuting on your end. We can't hear you. Nope, we took your hand down. One more from Keith Reese.
Hi, Keith Rice. I live over in the north end as well. And I just learned from Mark Cathcart, who's a sort of neighbor, that I guess I'm in Ward 1. That's my naivete about how this whole process works. And I'm here to speak on support of Tim Bierman. I think that you will find an honest advocate for the city of Louisville, very dedicated, and most importantly after tonight, non-entrenched. He really is here to do the best for Louisville and to listen to all parties. And I hope, you know, being naive to how this all works, I'm actually rather surprised that this is even happening and that there's people asking for it to a do-over, essentially. I guess that's for you all to figure out tonight, what you're gonna do there. But I think we see an entrenched position rallying the troops, using the system to try to dissuade you from a decision that's already been made. And frankly, I find it disheartening, especially considering that there is a election on the way.
Can we pause the election? Yeah. Pause the meeting for just a moment. We're going to resume. We've got one tough resident who's getting treated right now. And thanks to the EMTs that have arrived.
Louisville's finest.
Just doing a little bit of work on that right now. All right. Let's come back on.
Oh, I got fresh clock. All right.
Yeah.
I'll summarize. I really want to applaud you all for choosing an outsider in Tim Bierman. I think that outside perspective from somebody who hasn't been entrenched in Louisville politics for a long time, but has been a very strong observer. You're going to find somebody knowledgeable, willing to dig in, and to be incredibly supportive of the entire community. The people, the businesses, the residents, the visitors, and the things that make Louisville such a thriving community. And I applaud you for that decision. Thank you.
Thanks. All right, no more comments. Just a quick note, because people are probably concerned or wondering what happened. We had a resident who I think had I think she just fainted, but because it's warm out there, and we're gonna try to find ways to mitigate that if we anticipate as many people showing up again as we have tonight. But EMTs are here just to check her out. She's a good friend of mine, or I wouldn't be up here still. She has the best flowers in town, just telling you. But anyway, we're gonna move ahead. And one thing I want to say kind of before council, we've had public comments, and I appreciate everybody for showing up tonight who talked or who raised, who had comments, who were on Zoom as well. This is essential to the public process, and I, for one, really appreciate it. And I know, frankly, probably all the candidates who were up for election last week and interviewing probably did too. I guess I'll say just a couple of things, and then I'm gonna let my fellow council members speak a bit on this. What I am continually astonished about in this town is the extraordinary quality of people who devote their time to volunteer efforts of all stripes, whether it's city-connected activities, church-connected, civic, raising money for other organizations, serving on boards. We have what do they call it? An embarrassment of riches here. And we had that when we were dealing with and evaluating applicants last week. And I, for one, found the decision challenging. I think others can speak for themselves if they want to, but every one of the people who appeared there had interesting things to say, had provided in their own ways for tremendous and rich contributions to our community. It's not, and I don't know that everybody who spoke would agree with this, but it's not a matter of saying that some of the people should be disqualified because of this or that or the other. All of them are tremendous individuals, and the ones who weren't, that we didn't push forward in the straw poll shouldn't feel anything but pride, in my view, mostly based on the conversations that we did have about them, which were extensive, and which I believe the city clerk, if you want to view the video on that, I think will bear it out. I think I appreciate Mr. Cooperman mentioning that. I think we tried very much to look at the best of all, but it's not a matter of saying, gee, this person was horrible. It's a matter of saying, you know, these people are progressively even better or have something to offer that we think we need. It's not a perfect process, and nobody imagines it to be that way. So I want to thank the people who applied for those spots, 3 of them. Mr. Madonna isn't here, but I know I talked to him the other day, and I think others have too. We hope anybody who's not selected tonight will continue to be part of the continuing process of making Louisville an even better place to be. So with that, I'm going to open it up to other council comments, if you have any. Other council members? Yes. Mayor Pro Tem.
Yeah, so I mean, I think this is maybe obvious or not, a pretty unusual situation. I've been through 3, this will be the 4th appointment since I've been on council, which is pretty amazing. But you know, I think two main thoughts that I have. One is, you know, the process was not perfect a week ago. In general, the process of appointing someone is imperfect. What I said that night was, we have a solution for this imperfect process, which is that this is only a brief appointment because it's flawed, right? Because this isn't the right way to pick your Ward 1 representative, right?
My apology.
Yeah, the night just got more awkward. I know, it's loud. Can you just turn it down? Okay. Anyway, so there's a remedy built into the system, right? Which is, this isn't the way in which we're supposed to appoint or have council members serve, right? We have elections, and that's the way it should happen. And so in November there will be an election, and unfortunately, as pointed out, Mayor Lay, gave up his last 2 years. So this is an appointment for 9 months, and then an election for 1 year to finish that appointment or that term, and then another election for 4 years. And so even the special election is not meant to be like the end all be all. It just finishes Mayor Lay's term. So that's one piece, right? Is that if you're upset about this process, that is built into the cake here. Like, we are supposed to go to the voters in November and let Ward 1 only, by the way, Ward 1 residents pick their representative. So that's one thing I just want to remind everybody about with the process, is that it's not supposed to be perfect. Maybe one more comment about the process, then I'll make comments about the applicants. But my second comment about the process is that tonight feels kind of like an unfair fight, in the sense of there was like a known, application, letters, interview, deliberation, public comment, deliberation, and straw poll selection. Mr. Bierman did not gather his supporters tonight to speak on his behalf. And so I don't disagree with anything I heard about Josh. I'm still talking about process. It was a little bit hard for me just to know that, like, all these wonderful things are being said about Josh, which I agree with pretty much every one of them. But there wasn't the same notice. I mean, anyone can say anything they want, but the preparation to have Tim say, hey, everyone come speak for me, because I don't think he thought his appointment would be contested. And so it's we're not hearing equally from both sides. This is a very flawed part of what would otherwise be a good process. So those are my 2 comments on the process. As far as the candidates, I spoke a week ago, and I'll mostly just reiterate because I know you weren't all there. Try to quote myself, if you will, but I said I would be happy to sit up here with Josh Cooperman. I think he's a fantastic person. I think he's brilliant. I think we share a lot of morals and ethics and passions about many of the same things you guys spoke about tonight. I think he is a phenomenal candidate, and I would be happy to sit alongside him. And yes, I do know him personally. Our kids are good friends. It was my daughter that was babysitting while he was interviewing. So he's a good person, and I enjoy him a lot. My comments on Tim were similar. I would be so honored to sit up here with Tim Bierman. I think he is a fantastic person. He is bright, he is thoughtful, he's a community organizer. The things that you people said, he cares about the environment, he cares about DEI, he cares about affordable housing. I've met with him and spoken with him. I don't know him as well as Josh. I don't have as much time and years personally. But I have really enjoyed every conversation I've had with Tim. I think he's a phenomenal person, and he would represent the ward wonderfully, and I would be so happy to have him up here. That's what I think Mary Leah is alluding to, is an embarrassment of riches, and I'm leaving it right now at the two that we're speaking of tonight. But it's just a really, really, really hard choice when you have two wonderful people that are going to do a wonderful job, and so. I don't really have any other comments. I know that's not very helpful. I get that. It's like, they're both great, like neat, right? I really do think they're both great. I cast an anonymous vote a week ago. We all did, and it turned out 5-1. That's pretty conclusive for three of us to change our mind tonight and go the other way. Is three out of five of the people that voted the other way have to change their mind. That's a huge shift in an imperfect process where we didn't have. So I think that's a tall order to ask of your council. But I appreciate all the information and the speeches that were given tonight. Again, I also want to thank 98% of you for keeping it all really positive. We weren't here bashing Josh and bashing Tim and bashing Gordon. It was talking about what's great about each of them. So I do appreciate that. But it's very difficult. I think I'll end my comments there.
Other council members? Yes.
I'll just say it. I think that was a fantastic summary of the both the difficulty of the decision as well as the embarrassment of riches theory and sort of the how wonderful it is that we have outstanding people who want to come and serve the city. I appreciate everyone who came out to speak tonight. It's great to see so many people in the room. From my view, this is the democratic process. This is hearing from everyone. We've gotten a lot of letters. We've heard from a lot of people with public comment. We've heard from people elsewhere, and I think that's really important, and the value of that can't be understated. The thing I would maybe say is I don't think we know who the people of Ward 1 would pick. That's why we need to have the election in November. So it's hard, I think, for anyone to stand up and say my preferred candidate is truly the will of the people of Ward 1. I don't think there's any way to answer that question until November comes and goes. And so in the interim, I think we just have to do the best we can. And I personally, I think we'll give some deference to our single Ward 1 council member as to his choice, given that you're most accountable to the people who our appointment is going to represent. Sorry, Caleb.
Comments? I guess one last thing, and this is something that I said last week as we were addressing the issue of kind of readiness to serve in community involvement. I think I have always appreciated Josh's involvement in our process. And I know when he gets up and he speaks, he's thought about things, and I know he cares about the city a lot. I also believe the other two candidates care about the city a lot too. I mean, Gordon Madonna has lived here 60 years and is working on a homestead that his grandparents established in Louisville, and he's building out part of it for his son. And that's one kind of thing. I talked to Gordon yesterday, and I said I'd want to get together with him and continue to keep up with him, because I think he does represent a certain part of Louisville. I think to the point about who represents Ward 1, I appreciate all the folks coming tonight to indicate that Mr. Cooperman best represents Ward 1. I think that's hard to know. I've represented Ward 1 for 9 years, and I would not necessarily say that any of one of these three is the consensus choice. I'm not, I just don't have the chutzpah to do that. And I think next fall, that's something that the voters themselves, depending on what we do here, will decide. But in terms of, one last thing is, in terms of the involvement, I think sometimes it's easy to forget that there are many, many ways to contribute to the community. I was on the Planning Commission for a while, and then for many years I wasn't. I was doing other things and other nonprofit things and so forth, and then I ran for council. I could say that I was on Planning Commission, and I did. But the fact is that most of my community involvement was not going to meetings or participating. It's not to cast aspersion on anybody who does that, but there are a whole bunch of ways of doing that, and all three of the candidates did that, and Tim Bierman did that. But I recognize that people are gonna, no matter what we do tonight, we're gonna make somebody mad or leave them irritated. And maybe that irritation turns into a campaign, or maybe that, maybe, and I hope it actually turns into more conversations between the people who have expressed some support for either of them. And I know Josh and I have talked plenty of times, and Josh, I got Josh to come to a meeting that he knew was not going to be particularly favorable country, and he did that, and I really appreciate that. And I think you went out for a beer afterward with somebody who bought you a beer, and I was so proud of that. And that's the kind of community we need to be, and not polarized. Nonetheless, we have a decision to make. So what we're going to do right now is I'm going to ask for a motion. Well, I'll move. I will move the appointment of Tim Bierman to be our next Ward 1 council member. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay. Any further discussion of the candidates? Okay. Can we take a roll call vote, please?
Mayor Lay?
Yes.
Councilmember Kern?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Dickinson?
Yes.
Councilmember Hamilton?
Yes.
Councilmember Hefner?
Yes.
Councilmember Fahey?
Yes.
The appointment stands 6-0, and it is just about 8 o'clock, which is the time we usually take a break, but we are...
Mayor, can we swear him in while the judge is still here?
Yeah, that would be a good idea. Judge Thrower, would you care to do the honors? I think... One thing before that happens, I'm going to say that Mr. Bierman is on notice now that everybody's going to be in touch with him who may disagree with this decision. And he knows that he's going to be representing everybody in Ward 1.
After me.
I, Timothy Bierman,
I, Timothy Bierman,
do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will support the Constitution of the United States of America,
that I will support the Constitution of the United States of America,
the Constitution of the State of Colorado,
the Constitution of the State of Colorado,
the ordinances and home rule charter of the City of Louisville, Colorado,
the ordinances and the home rule charter of the City of Louisville, Colorado,
and faithfully perform the duties
and faithfully perform the duties
of the office of City Council Ward 1,
of the office of City Council Ward 1,
upon which I am about to enter.
on which I am about to enter.
Congratulations. Thank you.
Actually, I think we took a break a minute ago. I would like to, and we have a lot on our plate. I know people are here both for the next two matters. I don't know that the next matter is going to take an awful long time. My question to Director Zaccaro is, you have any feedback on that observation that it's not likely to take?
Yeah, I think we have one of our staff members, a new senior planner, Matt Post. He's under the weather, but he's going to remotely present to council. He was very disappointed he couldn't be here this evening, but our new senior planner, Matt's going to do his presentation. He will be brief, I am sure. I've already talked to the applicant about maybe skipping some of the background and getting into the meat of the issue to try to keep it timely.
Okay. I think I'd like to move forward with this. This is, in the end, a discussion and direction. So I'm gonna introduce this. Councilmember Bierman. We throw him straight to the deep end of the pool here, into a new procedure that we have not used before. So this is a concept plan review, 1301 Courtesy Road, 1390 Cannon Street, Delo Boom West. The purpose of the concept plan, it's also sometimes known as a sketch plan, review is to provide an optional opportunity for potential future land use applicants to solicit comments from the City Council in the early stages of development review process on complex projects to inform any subsequent related applications. Any such comments from City Council should be related to existing relevant policies and regulations. All comments provided by City Council are advisory in nature and are not binding on the City Council. City Council is not required to provide any specific feedback regarding an application, and a consensus or majority vote on an item will not be taken, nor will city staff provide any recommendations. Director, well, let's see,
Yeah, thank you. I'll probably turn it over to our new senior planner, Matt Post, to make the presentation.
One quick comment.
Yes.
If you could tell us, given all of that, why we're even doing this?
Sure, yeah. So this is our very first concept plan. It's a new ordinance that we passed recently. It's really to provide property owners and developers early feedback in the process, touch base with council, try to understand what issues are important to council that they should be addressing when they get into their formal PUD or whatever application they're making. So it's really a way for you all to learn a little bit about the application as well as give your individual preliminary feedback. Again, there's no voting. I think it'll help inform staff as well as the applicants as they move into their formal application process.
The only thing I would add to that is this is a democratic process too. That's why there's public comment. It's an opportunity for the people to express some comments about what they think about this idea, concept. So take it away.
Great, thank you, Mayor and councilors.
My name is Matt Post. I'm a new senior planner on staff on the community development team here. As Rob indicated, I'm under the weather this evening, so I spared council chambers of my presence. We'll be considering tonight a concept plan for Delo Boom, otherwise known as Delo West, in the area generally located at 1301 Courtesy Road and 1390 Cannon Street. As the mayor and Rob mentioned, this is the first ever concept plan review presented to City Council. Quick refresher on that. That was adopted by City Council in late October of last year. And it is just an optional process that the applicant can choose to undertake. And again, the purpose of that is to solicit feedback from the City Council and the public prior to developing a formal land use application, which would be the subsequent process following this concept plan review. As the mayor mentioned, the City Council is not required to provide specific feedback, and a consensus or majority vote will not be taken. All comments provided by the City Council are not binding on the City Council and are advisory in nature, and no other boards or commissions have commented or reviewed this proposal, commented on or reviewed this proposal, and additionally, staff have not provided a recommendation on this proposal. The collection of sites that we're considering today is a 4.39 acre property located in the mixed use residential zone district, seen here on the graphic highlighted in yellow. The properties were rezoned from industrial and commercial community mixed use to mixed use residential in 2015 and 2023. So again, the properties are zoned mixed use residential. Current conditions on the site, the property is improved with multiple structures supporting industrial, warehouse, and office uses. The subject site is located in the Highway 42 urban renewal area and is subject to the urban renewal plan. The urban renewal plan is intended to reduce, eliminate, and prevent the spread of blight, stimulate growth and reinvestment, and promote local objectives in regard to land uses. The city created a mixed-use overlay district in 2007 to implement the adopted Highway 42 revitalization plan. And essentially what that created was a mandatory rezone area. And the way that works is anytime a new use or development is proposed in the mandatory rezone area or the Highway 42 revitalization area, the applicant shall first apply for a rezone to rezone to either MUR or CCMU, both mixed use zone districts. And so in 2015, the property was rezoned from industrial to CCMU and MUR, displayed here in the graphic on the right. In 2016, the city approved a final plat and planned unit development for 41 townhouses. Permits were never pulled for that approval, and subsequently the PUD expired. Continuing on with site history, in 2022, a planned unit development was submitted for 66 dwelling units in 2 multifamily buildings and 1 commercial building. That application was denied by City Council. Then in 2023, the eastern 2.47 acres of the property was rezoned from CCMU, commercial community mixed use, to mixed use residential, again seen in the highlighted yellow graphic on the right of the screen. The concept plan itself, which was presented to staff and is being presented to City Council now, includes 135 total dwelling units dispersed amongst 36 townhouses and the rest in a 3-story apartment building directly adjacent to Highway 42. The current density calculation on the property is 25 dwelling units per acre. You may reference the 4.39 acre site reference that was made earlier and wonder how that happened. Or the 25 dwelling units per acre comes around. The density is calculated in accordance with a specific section of the Louisville Municipal Code that allows for the area of the property to incorporate up to half of the right-of-way directly adjacent to the property. So when we utilize the code to find that density calculation, that's where we come up with the 25 dwelling units per acre. The site has 193 parking spaces and is parked appropriately and per code, and also includes a 4,000 square foot retail space in the apartment building for a mixed use building. Assuming the applicant moves forward following the concept plan review, they will be subject to a number of regulations and policies as related to land use and development design. First is the mixed use development design standards and guidelines, which are a comprehensive set of, again, standards and dimensional requirements, including architectural design guidelines that development will have to meet. Title 17 of the Louisville Municipal Code will be applied. It's our zoning code. Title 16 of the Louisville Municipal Code will also apply. That is our subdivision ordinance or our subdivision code. This property will require further subdivision based on the existing property layout and the proposed buildings. In addition to those three ordinances or provisions, we will review any proposal in accordance with our citywide plans, and that would include our comprehensive plan, transportation master plan, Future 42, the Highway 42 revitalization area framework plan, and our parks, recreation, open space and trails comprehensive master plan. So staff and the applicant have identified a few key issues to consider this evening, again, for the benefit of the applicant to receive that advisory feedback from City Council. The first would be density. So the applicant will request consideration of a density waiver to the maximum residential density of 20 units allowed in the mixed-use residential zone district. The mixed-use residential district, again, only allows 20 dwelling units per acre. The applicant is requesting 25, asserting that permitting more units on site will allow the development to include inclusionary housing or affordable housing pursuant to the requirements of section 1776 of the Louisville Municipal Code. Additional issues to consider would be building area. The maximum building area in the mixed-use zone district is 10,000 square feet. The currently proposed apartment building is just over 30,000 square feet. A building larger than 10,000 square feet is permitted with a special review use. That would be another land use application that would run concurrent with a formal application, again, subsequent to the concept review process. It's important to know here that the intent of that particular provision would be to break up buildings and then just reduce building massing effects. And so again, you can see the 30,000 square foot apartment building directly adjacent to Highway 42. So a special review use would be required to allow that in that configuration and dimension. Additional considerations would be building height. So the mixed use residential zone districts includes minimum and maximum building height requirements. Specifically, the applicant will request consideration of a waiver to decrease the minimum required height of 35 feet. 35 feet and 2 stories is the minimum required height in the MUR zone district. On the west side of the site where the townhomes are, the applicant would like to include 2-story townhouses that are less than 35 feet in height, and this would be in consideration of the neighboring property owners across Cannon Street or the neighboring townhomes. Additional considerations, this popped up through, again, cursory review of the particular concept plan, but the street and block design may pop up as a review item here. The applicant may request consideration of a waiver for block design and dimensional standards found in our mixed-use development design standards and guidelines. Permitted block widths are 270 to 320 feet. That would be an east to west dimension of a particular block. Permitted block lengths are 300 to 400 feet. That would be a north to south dimension. You can see that on the west side of the site, the applicant has included pedestrian access. Staff generally feel that the incorporation of a pedestrian access similar to what's proposed here would meet the intent of the street and block design consideration and standards to support multimodal and pedestrian access to the area. Also, additionally, Courtesy Road and Highway 42 is a CDOT controlled right-of-way, and so access points on that right-of-way would be limited and would potentially prohibit the ability to include any additional breakup in between this site. Additional items for consideration that will be reviewed in depth prior to this application is inclusionary housing. Obviously, inclusionary housing is required per the Louisville Municipal Code, and the applicant has indicated that 13.5% of units on the site will be inclusionary. That is exceeding the requirement of 12%. So the Louisville Municipal Code requires 12%. The applicant is intending on providing 13.5%. With the request for a density waiver to allow more units on site to achieve that inclusionary standard. Transportation improvements will be an important item of review that staff will take a close look at. Traffic study will be required to be submitted with a formal land use application, and that will inform the scope of required infrastructure improvements, and then any additional street connection requirements that may be required based on the traffic study. And then again, architectural massing and building design is always an important piece of the review as it relates to the mixed-use development design standards and guidelines, and that we will review that accordingly. I just want to mention again that these items do not reflect a full, complete, and/or in-depth evaluation by staff, as is the intent of the concept plan. The staff will complete that full and in-depth review of the proposal with a final land use application. And so in conclusion, assuming the applicant chooses to move forward following this hearing, the subsequent land use processes would include a preliminary plat and PUD. Both the preliminary plat and PUD are required to go in front of the Planning Commission and City Council for approval. Assuming that's approved, they will also be required to take a final plat and PUD in front of Planning Commission and the City Council. So there will be 2 other opportunities for a public hearing and comment and feedback from City Council in a more formalized application process. And just to end here, staff have not made a recommendation on this concept plan, and the City Council may provide non-binding advisory feedback to the applicant. And with that, that concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Matt. And I think we're going to hear from the applicant next. If you could introduce yourself and where you're from. And
Morning, Council. Hunter Floyd with Live Forward Development. We're based out of Denver, Colorado. Let's see if I can put this up here. Want to thank you guys for being here tonight. Also want to just sort of reiterate how amazing it was to watch public participation tonight. And I think we're just kind of blown away with the amount of passion that's in this community. And I think hopefully, you know, we through our process over the last year and a half have gotten to know people really well in this community. And I think we're presenting something here that has a support of the neighborhood, support of the direct neighbors, and support of kind of the business community and local leaders in Louisville. I have about a 68, slide presentation that I was going to go through based on what happened earlier tonight. I'm going to try to breeze, and also, thanks to Matt and Rob and their team for putting together a really nice presentation that was very thoughtful and detailed, really covered all the issues. I'm going to breeze through the first half of this, get through the end of it, and hopefully everybody can, get 8 hours of sleep tonight and wake up for work tomorrow morning. So we're Live Forward Development. Most of you know us by now. We're kind of a boutique multifamily developer based out of Denver, projects in Denver, Boulder County, Colorado Springs, a few in Arizona, and also in Austin, Texas. This is our primary team. And then we have a design team now pushing forward this project, a really talented group of designers, Kephart as our architect, Norris Design as a landscape architect, Energetics is our energy and sustainability consultant, and then Raptors, our civil engineer. I will breeze through this. You've kind of seen this already, but we build high-impact, low-intensity housing on infill sites primarily. This is kind of what we do. We get into communities. We try to come up with thoughtful solutions on infill sites that kind of meet the needs of the community and the overall goals of the leadership in that community. These are just some projects and some examples of the projects we've done. Try to go through this quickly. Matt really kind of touched on all of this: site history, site location, the fact that we're within the Highway 42 framework plan, which is as envisioned, a primarily residential mixed-use area in the city. I think we're meeting that plan. Matt maybe touched on this slightly too. There's some work in progress along Highway 42 that I think we're going to have some collaboration with CDOT and the civil teams there that is important to note. That Highway 42 is changing to a multimodal transportation network. Over the years we'll have bike lanes, a median in front of us on 42 at the boulevard, and a much more pedestrian and bike-friendly transit corridor. Already touched on, we went through a rezone last year. We were unanimous in our approval of that rezone last October. We have done a lot of community engagement. We've spoken to DBA, to the LRC, both multiple times, local business owners, of course the city, and really focused in a lot on kind of the adjacent neighbors in the DLO area. A few of the things that came out of some visioning sessions, just as a reminder, kind of for our, that sort of drove some of the decisions that we made in the early design process of what we wanted to do here. Concerns about lack of green space and space for dogs. There was a concern about high-density, sort of 3-story apartments along Cannon Street, immediately across the street from the townhomes. There was a lot of concern about retail, commercial viability on the site. A lot of this was pre our rezone, and at that point, the site was zoned for commercial use. Traffic and safety, always a concern with any development, any city, don't care where it is, but certainly we were made aware of that. Connectivity, I think street connectivity, pedestrian connectivity in the area. And then some requests were affordable housing, amenities, making sure that it's amenity rich, outdoor space for dogs, very, very important thing to the residents in this area, a lot of dog owners anywhere in Colorado. And then kind of a more compatible use of the site, which currently is a steel fabricator and kind of warehousing. And then we came up with some goals out of it. Number one being sustainability, local sense of place and walkability, and then a connected community and street connectivity. Got a lot of letters of support. All right, on to the plan. Matt's already shown this to some degree. Just wanted to kind of give a quick, brief overview of what we're trying to do here. I think we're blending scale and density and different product types across the site where we have townhouses along Cannon Street that sort of match the density of the townhouses on the other side of Cannon Street. We think that is an appropriate scale there. We believe the neighborhood is certainly in support of that. And we also think that those townhouses provide a rental option in Louisville that doesn't exist, particularly with a sort of professionally managed property. That will be great for families that, frankly, we'll get into this later, but can't afford a $830,000 home, which is the average home price in Louisville. As you go across the site, on the eastern side, we've kind of upped the density a little bit and shown 3-story apartment building on that side. We feel like we've come up with a really interesting solution here that prioritizes the outdoor space and sort of social green spaces in the site. So you can see green space in between the townhouses where we envision families and kids and residents sort of interacting out there, as well as in some sort of outdoor areas that are interspersed with pedestrian connectivity. A kind of pocket park on the south side of the site that opens up to Cannon and kind of extends Nowotny Park, which is on the other side of the site. And then Caledonia, I think, which is really important on the south end, a new thoroughfare, a new street that will connect Cannon Street to Highway 42 and provide another option for traffic in the area. Some of the project benefits, highlights, sustainable, compact infill development, smart development that supports the businesses on Main Street, supports pedestrian activity, supports walkability, supports, I think, the protection of open space on the outskirts of the city in an infill site that's already developed with a lot of impervious cover and frankly, at one point was an explosive testing facility. So we think we're providing a much more compatible use here and at the same time kind of protecting open space. Adding green space to the area, extending kind of some pocket parks, adding more kind of liveliness to the local neighborhood. I can kind of skip through this, but I think you guys are plenty well aware of sustainable development and kind of what we're talking about here. Just as a reminder, transportation is the biggest greenhouse gas contributor at 29%. I think projects like this increase or decrease the use of cars. Ultimately, these residents can walk from the Delo area through the infrastructure investment that you all made with the railroad underpass directly to Main Street, to the retailers in the area too. And frankly, you can actually walk to it. This is one of the few sites where you could live and walk to a grocery store down the street, King Soopers. All right, so bulk of it, hopefully I've tried to go through that as quickly as possible. Matt brought up a lot of these, but the sort of the 6 things that we really want to talk about that we think are the most important discussion topics. Really, it's kind of the last 3 or 4. The first 2 being building area and height, he went through. the site, kind of right sizing the commercial space and the retail space here. The IECC Appendix RC, which is the net zero appendix, that was adopted in the city of Louisville, and then of course affordable housing. So this expands on what Matt talked about earlier and just kind of puts some numbers to it. On the west side of the site with the townhomes, we're currently at 28 feet. That's under your 35 feet. We're doing that because we think it fits with the community and it's sort of reflecting the conversations we've had with residents along Cannon Street. And then the density sort of, or the height actually, expands and increases as you go across towards the bigger thoroughfare Highway 42. So we're asking for potentially a waiver for the minimum height to be met. And we're really close on the apartment side, mostly because this site has a lot of grade to it. And we have to calculate the building height based on the four corners of the building. And so even though we're only 3 stories, we're getting really close to that 45-foot height. We don't know if we're going to need that waiver, but wanted to kind of bring it up and get it into the discussion. Building area, the building, the apartment building, we're showing about a 30,000 square foot floor plate. I think the intent of the code to reduce the floor plates is really to make sure that you don't have long blank walls along city streets that sort of decrease pedestrian friendliness and just kind of the aesthetic value of the city. So what we're intending to do is definitely provide a lot of animation in that elevation, provide setbacks in the elevation to, I think, meet the intent of that code without actually decreasing the size of the building. If we decrease the size of the building, we're actually building to a lesser sort of piece of the building code with less fire ratings. If we go to this side, we have to have a firewall in the building. We have to build all of the exterior walls to a one hour rated fire enclosure and fire rate. So there's a couple other pieces to that, slightly higher quality construction that are also important to note. Density, of course, this is a big topic of discussion with any kind of, I think, compact development. We're asking for what we think is a pretty light increase in density. And we think we really from the get-go, and I'll flip to the next slide, this was kind of some of the early imagery we showed the neighborhood and received a lot of support kind of diagramming this out and showing, we would be 20 units an acre on the west side and call it 30 on the east side. And so blended, we end up at about 25. So I think we're holding to kind of what we've shown the neighborhood to date and not asking necessarily for more and increasing what we're asking for. Commercial space, this is, there's not necessarily a definition to what we're required to do with commercial space. We know that the city wants commercial space. There is an implicit idea that in the mixed-use design districts there will be a varied amount of use. There's not necessarily a square foot number on that. We've been talking to restaurant groups that we're connected with in Denver who are really excited about this site, and so we're trying to right-size the retail space potentially for a restaurant use here. We don't know what that number is exactly yet, but they've kind of indicated somewhere between 2,000 and 2,500. The intent for us is to really activate that corner, not just with the retail, but also with the leasing office and kind of blend those two things so that when you walk into the community, it feels kind of like this active space, both with the people that are working in the leasing office and property management, and also with really active, hopefully, restaurant space that gets used throughout the day. I think kind of two of the bigger issues at the end here, the IECC appendix, I just wanted to kind of remind, I don't know how many members of council passed this ordinance, but just a reminder of how progressive this is. We certainly would love to build everything we can to a net zero requirement, but there are 0 multifamily communities in the entire country that are LEED zero. There are very, very few that are net zero, and Louisville is the only municipality in the entire country that has adopted the net zero appendix, which is great, and I applaud you guys for it, but it also makes it very challenging in what is currently a really difficult time to finance projects. This adds a lot of cost, $25,000 to $40,000 a unit, which if you're $30,000 a unit in added cost, that adds about $230 a month to each tenant, to each unit. So, you know, when we get in, the next topic of discussion is affordability. Unfortunately, these two things are opposing forces. One costs a lot more and the other one sort of takes out revenue. So just wanted to, I think we're asking kind of for help into what's more important to the city. You know, we're going to build a really sustainable project that's built to a very tight energy code regardless. Can we build it to net zero and provide affordable housing? Very, very challenging. So wanted to kind of get your help and feedback on these two items as we go forward. It's just a little data on the amount of net zero buildings are in the country. In multifamily, there are currently 5, according to the New Buildings Institute, nationwide. In Colorado, there are 3 in all building types, and there are 0 in multifamily. There are 3 emerging projects in multifamily. I'm not sure exactly what stage they're at, but they're not approved yet in terms of their certification. And then lastly, you know, the topic about affordable housing. We've offered up an increase beyond what the city has required us at 12%. And, you know, we're ultimately providing 18 units between 60% AMI and 80% AMI. Those units, you know, well, let me talk about this first, and then I'll get into that. In Louisville, as I think you're all aware, housing costs have skyrocketed. The average home price is $830,000. That equates to about $7,800 a month in mortgage and PMI, and that's with a 5%, $40,000 down payment. So all 3 of those things are very difficult for most people to attain, certainly those that work in Louisville. And average multifamily rent in comparison is just under $2,000 a month, $1,961. In comparison, even just market rate multifamily, clearly a much more attainable housing typology for people in the community. These are from the housing study that you guys completed last year. Just kind of as a reminder, the mix in Louisville is pretty low in terms of multifamily and what they call plex housing, duplexes, fourplexes, kind of townhouses like we're mixing in, and very heavy on single family. And your workforce in the area in the Front Range is the lowest amount of people live and work in Louisville. So only 7% of workers can live in the jurisdiction. Median household income, you know, has gone up significantly in Louisville over the years, really kind of changed the community to some extent, with your median household income at $125,000 currently. And average age has gone up. So this is just, I think, kind of a really good way to depict what we're talking about here. Average Boulder County firefighter salary is about $85,000 a year. Typically, the metric used to determine where rent should be is 30% of your gross income. 30% of your income on a monthly basis is about $2,125 a month for a firefighter. Certainly, we'll have quite a few units that are under that requirement or in or around that requirement, both within the affordable units and some within the just market rate units as well. And then, you know, as another comparison, a teacher makes about $61,000 a year, and their 30% rent number is about $1,500, $1,525. A 1-bedroom in this community would go for about $1,600, and a studio would go for about $1,500. So, you know, these units are attainable pricing for kind of middle class working people in Boulder County and Louisville, and people that work on Main Street and people that work in public service, whereas currently there are not a lot of options for them to live within the city. And that's it. I tried to go as quickly as I could in respect to everybody here and kind of what we've been through tonight. But wanted to get feedback and we're excited to continue this process with you guys.
Thank you very much. This is a brand new flavor of process for us. So I will put it open for questions. Would council members like to have clarifying questions either for the applicant or for Matt? Yep. Councilmember Kern.
Thank you very much. I'll say it again, like I said it a couple of months ago. I think I'm so impressed with the amount of community engagement your company has done. I don't think I've seen anything like that with a large developer before. And to get the buy-in of the neighbors, I think that says everything, because they're the ones who are really going to be having to live with this, see it every day, deal with the additional cars. Speaking of that, so thank you to Star, but just since we're chatting, it looks really cool. My very first impression, though, was it seemed like a very divided neighborhood. It didn't have like a community feel. And maybe that's just that really big 3-story building, although I have to admit you strongly piqued my interest with the additional safety measures that are in a larger building that are mandated. So I think that that's a benefit to the residents for them to even know that those safety measures are there. But when I looked at it, I went, okay, there's all the townhouses. That's gonna feel like the rest of the area. And then here's a parking lot, not a community, like that's not where the dog park is. That's not where the green space is, where we all kind of hang out and meet each other and chat. It's a parking lot. And then over there are the apartments. So I was thinking if I lived in the apartments, how much opportunity, maybe in the gym, which was kind of a cool thing that you were adding in there. And is that included in that $1,500 a month, by the way?
The gym?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay,
Oh, yeah.
that's good. I'm like, I kind of liked that was included in that.
Yeah.
But I was looking at it from the perspective of, like I'm a working professional wanting to live in there, know my neighbors. I'm probably not going to know anybody outside that apartment building. I'm not going to, I don't know if you got that feel from it at all, that it's just a parking lot. The other question, I saw on here that you were mentioning you were going to have a hard time with some of the solar capacity. I love the idea that it's over the parking, that it's covered parking for the cars. So you meet that need. And then it's solar. I've seen this in other places too. And personally, I'd like to do it at my house if I could afford it. I love this idea. People can charge their cars, I'm thinking, at those spots too?
We'll have some EV charging spots in the mix, yes.
Okay. And then, but would it be possible if you changed like the roof line of the townhouses so that we get, you got to that height? Could you put, these are just throwing out ideas, right? Solar there, so if what you need, you're saying you don't need the height, you're not gonna hit the minimum, for example, in the townhouses to give the feel of the flow of the development. If we increased it and pitched it, is there a way to capture more? I don't know.
We already have a pretty significant pitch, and we're still not getting there. So I think when we get into this next stage and we start talking about more architecture and what those elevations look like, I think you'll hopefully be excited about what we're proposing and where the design's headed. I didn't want to necessarily get into that in this conversation today, just because I think that the PUD process is sort of made for that. And I think for today, at least our intent being the guinea pigs in this concept plan process was to try to hit the big picture topics. And I think, as I said before, the big ones are, these polarizing forces between sustainability and affordable housing and kind of what really is the priority, I think, for the city. And we need some help in understanding that and how best we can try to do both to the largest degree we can. But to answer your questions on connectivity, I agree. I think we've provided, and we'll get into this further in the planning, right? Some kind of paseos, right, that connect Cannon Street to the multifamily, and then the pool, and we've specifically put the pool adjacent to kind of the pocket park on the south side, and the amenities also for the apartment building there too, both so that the apartment residents go to that area, to the gym and to that amenity, and also that it feels like it's a part of the townhouse as much as their amenity
Mhm.
too. And hopefully that means a blending of those two kind of building types, right? And a lot of the green space is, in that and centered around that too. So we feel like that's kind of like this nexus of hopefully social activity for both of them. We prioritized on the apartment, at least at this point, outdoor space on the ground floor, so people would have patios on the ground floor there. The planning at this point, just at the scale, is kind of hard to reflect that. As much as I would love to not have to park, communities and pay the cost for it, and everybody would walk. We have to, kind of meet that parking demand, and we need to do it in an efficient way to get there. So, I think we'll certainly look to try to connect and make those changes and listen to that feedback and provide kind of the best connectivity for our residents.
One of my thoughts was like a strip that went in between, so you separated the parking space almost with like, here's a walkway that people would meet at, find commonality with. Speaking of the parking, do you think we're a little shy? Is there really enough parking for residents and then visitors that would come?
So we're at, I think Matt and I had a little bit of a discrepancy. We're at, I think, 206 parking spaces, so we're right at the parking requirement right now. And that does not include any of the on-street parking along Cannon Street. And that on-street parking along Cannon Street is provided for guests, visitors. So we're currently meeting it. I think Louisville's parking requirement, although you guys are really progressive in sort of sustainability and other manners, the parking requirement is not necessarily the most progressive. It's essentially one per bedroom currently. I think generally our intent is to provide about 1.5 spaces per units. They happen to be pretty close in this instance, so I think market and the requirement are pretty similar. But there could be a discussion at some point that the neighborhood wants a little bit more, or we feel like we need a little bit less, or you guys are okay with a little bit less parking. We're really close to the number right now.
Okay. And you were mentioning, because I don't think I had seen this in here, that you are going to, at least the goal is to try to provide more affordable housing in 1-bedrooms and studios. There are also 2-bedroom apartments, correct?
There are, yeah. So it would go across the mix of unit types. So 1s, 2s, and 3s as well.
Okay. That's good. How close are you to achieving or finding it to be achievable to meet the energy goals of the community and our code and still provide that?
The net zero appendix, we think, adds $25,000 to $40,000 a unit. So we're saying net $30,000 a unit. So it's about, across this, it'd be $4 million. As I kind of touched on before, that means about $230 a month to each unit. And if you remember, the average rent for multifamily in Louisville is just under $2,000. So that's more than 10% above kind of market rent. So do we know we can even get that market rent to make it work? I don't think we're getting a 10% premium for providing a net zero community. So right now, I would say it's very challenging. We would need city help. We need sort of tax credit help. We need kind of to fill up every bucket possible to make the net zero work. And I think that's evident looking across the nation that if net zero projects penciled in the private world, we'd see them. If solar penciled in the private world, we would see them, and we're just not. So we want to lean into that as much as we can, but we need help, frankly, to really get to that number.
Will the residents see a benefit, though? They're going to pay a little bit more in the rent, but they should see a reduction in utility costs being in a net zero. Right?
They could, and to really make it work, you're the energy provider, right? And so you have to figure out a way to monetize that capital expense. So I think, to some degree, it's about tenants that want to live in a very sustainable community. And it's another in that, yeah, your energy costs will be less. I don't know what that number is yet. I think they'll be less, and there's some benefit there as well.
Thank you.
Any more questions, Councilmember Kern? Are you good? Okay. Councilmember Heff.
Thanks, and thanks for the presentation, and welcome to our new senior planner. Thank you for your presentation. Nice job. I just want to interrogate a little bit more the relationship between the density and height waivers and net zero and affordable, and sort of how do those all interact? And are those the waivers you want, or are those the waivers you think you can get? And if, strictly hypothetically, if we said, 40 units per acre, does that change the math on net zero or affordable?
It changes the math in that to get to that amount of density across the site, we're talking about different sort of construction typologies. So we're building structured parking, that adds cost as well. We get, potentially significantly more units, but I don't think it's enough to get us to, I think we would need a 300 unit deal here to really get us to something close that meets the market for net zero. And I don't think that's what we've sold the community or had conversations with in the community. If we looked at it at a completely blank slate, that's how we would look at it, right? We'd say this is a structured parking wrap construction project. But in the history of the site and sort of the failure of the previous developer and then our conversations with the community, we feel like we've come up with the right solution there. So, adding density doesn't, over that 25 or maybe 30 units an acre, doesn't necessarily help us that much. The one thing that it could help with is maybe smaller units. And then in tandem to do that, we would need a parking reduction. Otherwise, like I said, then you have to go into building structured parking, and that cost gets passed on as well.
Sure. And in terms of the net zero, I don't want to put you on the spot here today, but it would be helpful to know, is there a standard that's 90% of the way there that you would?
I think solar ready, or maybe even just, 2021 IECC is only adopted by 10 states across the country. It's a very progressive energy code as it is. We have to build to a really high standard as it is, which is just great. But the addition of solar and meeting that net zero requirement is challenging, but perhaps getting to a place where you're solar ready would be much more achievable.
Okay, and just one more, which is, do you think, when we see this as a PUD coming through, is 4,000 square feet of retail still going to be the number? Do you see that going down? Do you see it going up?
I think, it's going to be about right sizing with this particular tenant, and we want to make sure that we're meeting that. So I think right now we're showing 3,100 square feet in the current plan.
Okay.
That's just kind of how it ended up working out in the building. I think the tenant that we're talking to wants less than that. I do feel like we have support of the community and that they've been very concerned about, number one, competing with Main Street with additional restaurants and retail. And places like Empire have gone out of business, and other places on Main Street are maybe struggling a little bit. So I think the viability of retail in that location without a signalized intersection and only right in, right out access ultimately, when Highway 42 is built out with a median in the middle, I think limits the amount of retail that we could do there. What that number is, I can't necessarily speak to, but like I said, somewhere in the 2,500 to 3,500 square foot range, I think is probably where we would like to end up.
Great, that's really helpful. Thank you.
Actually, my questions have just been answered by the previous two. Yeah, thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem.
I think mine are probably more headed towards a comment now and less questions.
My only question, I think I've answered this, but I want to make sure that the 13.5% includes all of what the percentage of inclusionary housing is if all of the requests that you're asking, the variances, are permitted, right?
Yes, and this is interesting, right? Because this is a kind of a little bit of a nebulous conversation in this concept plan. There's no teeth that comes out of it. And so from our perspective, we're thinking this is just a good opportunity, one, to be your guinea pig, and two, to have a little bit of a negotiation on where you think the numbers should be and kind of have a push and pull as we go forward.
As you know, we're not necessarily negotiating here.
Sure.
We're just providing some feedback.
Yeah.
But I appreciate that there's give and take on this.
Yeah.
And, our public will have some comments too, I have no doubt. But thank you for all this, and we put you through the paces so far. But you've seen nothing yet until the community does that. So I'm gonna, unless there's other questions, any questions? Okay. Let's go to public comment.
Thanks, Council.
Mark Cathcart? Mark, you need to unmute on your end.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. So this is Mark Cathcart. I live in the Louisville North End neighborhood in Ward 1. I'd like to go on record to express my support for this concept plan and proposal for Delo West. Frankly, I'm super enthusiastic about this project and its ability to make Louisville even a small amount more affordable. And I'm surprised how much the developer has been able to cram into this plan. I have to say though, I remain astounded by how much parking space this concept plan has included. Frankly, electric cars won't save us. I assume this development won't be ready or complete until at least 2029, possibly later. Are we really going to force this amount of parking into the development? I don't know if the developer's included it because he thinks, or they think, that this is what it will take to develop and sell here, or if it's required by the city's minimum parking requirement. If it's the latter, the city is the problem, not the developer. Either way, I'd like to see the full amount of parking reduced. It's a full 6 years since I first termed the phrase redhead stepchild neighborhood for North End when asking the City Council to complete the East Side Trail Path connectivity on 42 to at least Short Street. Then Councillor Lay seemed to think this was a shoo-in, yet here we are, still wait, and we still have to wait for a two-way crossing at the most dangerous and busy junction in Louisville. And the developer's telling us that this development is within walking distance of a grocery store. I don't know, I wouldn't walk over there with my groceries. Please consider what you can and should do for this developer to endorse the development, but reduce the amount of parking and make it walkable to King Soopers.
Thank you, Mark. Next.
Sherry Summer?
Sherry Summer, Louisville. I've heard great things about the applicant from friends in the development, his outreach. I appreciate that. I appreciate that he's offering on-site affordable housing instead of pushing it into fee and lieu, which is a good step. I did want to voice some concerns and just some things to think about. Now, there was great outreach to that neighborhood, but this intersection is traveled by many, many people in Louisville. And it's very crowded already, and it's not as crowded as it's going to be because there's going to be 2 more big developments on that corner. And we need a traffic study for all of those developments together before we endorse this, because we need to be fair to the applicant. We need to be fair to the people of Louisville. I knocked on a lot of doors and I'd say, what do you like about Louisville? Small town character. They were like beaming. And one big thing was, I can get around easily. Now, if you're gonna be sitting in Highway 42 traffic already, it's very bad. This, I don't even know. I don't know what's going to happen. I'm concerned that asking for waivers such as a building 3 times as large and counting the right-of-ways, maximizing density is becoming a precedent and a norm that people expect in order to provide affordable housing. And I question that because we have to think about social sustainability, and that is like the well-being of all the people here and that school, also the children who go there, and it's already really dangerous. I'm concerned that it's all rental. I mean, the affordable rentals are fine, but professionally managed properties, I mean, this may be great, but I've heard about using algorithms to artificially inflate rents and provide unfair competition to renters. And we also have really no idea what the rent's going to be there. So this is going to be 87% not affordable. And it could be very difficult for people. They can't count on being able to stay in Louisville if that's what we're up against. And you know, you seem like a very ethical person, but it's a good question to raise. I just think we need commitments for social sustainability. We need to look into the fiscal impact. And you know, I often hear council saying, well, this will be great. It's more density, more bodies going to downtown. Well, I can tell you something, people go where they want to go. It isn't building more density and more housing right next to our downtown that's going to make it more vibrant. People go to Lafayette if they want to go to Lafayette. They come to Louisville if they want to come to Louisville. Nobody is trapped. And so think about that, because we need to preserve our quality of life. We need to look at the fiscal impact, and we can't count on more density automatically increasing vibrancy downtown. Thank you.
Thanks.
Tamar Krantz.
Thanks for taking another comment from me. I'm excited about this comprehensive plan process. It seems like a great way. I hope that for everybody not to have a lot of pressure, but to be able to present a project and get feedback from you and also from the community. So I'm glad that I get to say a few words. I really appreciated that the applicant presented this project in relation to our housing plan, that they looked at our housing plan. And I just have a couple of concerns. And one is that about how much, we haven't come to consensus yet in our housing study on how much housing we are going to add to our community. And this is kind of like the first of some recent proposals to rezone, that came before, to rezone an area that was formerly commercial and to turn it into residential. And I think there's a lot more out there, a lot more commercial properties that aren't being fully utilized that could probably benefit well financially if they were rezoned to residential as well. So I think that this is kind of a first case for something like this, because it resulted from a rezoning, not as a big as a part of the whole delo, but just a part of a small lot that was being rezoned. So I have one concern is that first, when this came to us, we were told that it was going to be 119 units with a pretty good probability that it would be all affordable housing, which is much appreciated rather than the fee and lieu, because as you know, we need the affordable housing units. But it's a little bit like once you got the rezone, now they're asking for 135 housing units in order to commit to the affordable housing. So I felt like if we go through this process again, it would be really good to get that commitment upon the rezoning. We want affordable housing. You know, you make that commitment and we rezone it. I understand that there was some discussion about whether or not conditional zoning is a thing that Louisville wants to do, but I think it's something that we can do, and it might make these kind of things better so we don't end up saying, oh, well, now we found out we can't really do affordable housing if we only have 119 units. I really appreciate that, but I really appreciate they've been saying it consistently that that's their intent to do that. But, and also as far as like the energy things, I think that we need to, before we do more rezoning like this, we need to get those we should try to get commitments for the energy, meeting the energy codes and meeting our affordable housing things, and also for what this project is doing a great job on is giving the community and park spaces, the green spaces that the people need to have a happy life, and without, rather than getting a fee in lieu for that. So I just wanted to point out that this is really paving the way for a lot more requests that I think that you're going to be seeing like this. So I hope that you'll take the time to ask for all the details and get something that has affordable housing, meets the energy code, and
Tamara, you've run out of time.
Okay, sorry. What was it?
Thanks again.
Thank you very much.
Bye-bye.
Catherine Smith? Okay. Josh Cooperman?
Josh Cooperman, I live in Louisville. I have been very supportive of this development for a little while now, and I continue to be quite supportive of it still. I think the site is a great spot for redevelopment, and especially a great spot for residential redevelopment. Right, it seems that that site is, right, at least at the moment, unlikely to really garner any commercial activity. And yet there is certainly demand for residential development in our community. And moreover, it is right next to downtown, and it is very close to commercial along South Boulder Road. So, you know, people can just walk to downtown or bike to downtown or walk to South Boulder Road. I do bike across that intersection that Mark was talking about. I think I've walked across it too. Could be better. I've also been very supportive because it seems very likely that this development will bring some inclusionary housing to our community, which we very much need. What was I going to say? So I was going to offer a few little ideas and then make one or two further comments. I think it would be great if besides the required bicycle parking, there was also some electric bicycle infrastructure, in particular charging co-located with parking for electric bicycles. Another thing which might be nice to consider is a playground at the park. As far as I know, on the east side of the railroad tracks, there are no playgrounds in parks. I'd have to double check that, but I think that's true, or at least in that part of the city. Then one other thought, which came up a little bit, I don't know if it's really worthwhile considering, but you know, would it make any sense to consider underground structured parking to not only possibly allow for more living spaces, but also possibly for more green spaces? I understand that, you know, structured parking is very expensive, but maybe it's a thought to consider. And then two more comments. One is that I am very supportive of the city offering incentives so that we get possibly more inclusionary housing. And so one incentive that I would consider is allowing them to build fewer parking spots. I very much agree with Martha Cathcart on that point. You could consider other incentives as well. And finally, I would just like to point this out as a shining example of a developer engaging the public on their proposal. I think we should hope that every developer who comes before us does such a good job on that point. Thank you.
Thanks, Josh.
Maxine Most?
Yeah, I want to reiterate what Josh said on a couple of points. First of all, I'm so excited to see this process happening because we've been talking about it for a long time, and it's really a wonderful opportunity to have engagement with a developer that, as Josh mentioned, is, you know, very engaged with the community, and hopefully this is going to make it much easier for developers to do business with Louisville, which I think is going to be helpful because we do have areas that need redevelopment, and we do need more housing. I just want to also agree with Josh and Mark on the parking. I mean, we're looking forward several years out. We have to stop, you know, automobile-driven lifestyles, and we I think, you know, it's it's really important to support people, especially in this location, because it is accessible for transportation. It is accessible to downtown. It is accessible, you know, to food shopping and pharmacy. And the other thing too is it's also accessible to schools. And that's another issue, particularly around inclusionary housing, because often inclusionary housing is not in locations where they have access to all those things. So I think that's really positive, but I would like to see us really rethink the kind of parking density we need. And I agree with Josh, if there's a way we can do underground parking, and I know that's a lot more expensive, but again, I think that's an opportunity for the community to offer incentives because it reduces the tarmac in our community, and you can put green space on top of it. And I think, you know, there's a lot of positive things that can be discussed around that. I'm actually working on my computer tonight, so I think I heard you say something about, you know, some kind of small commercial in that area. And I've been saying this for years and years, which is, I think one of the mistakes we get into when we start thinking about should we have commercial with residential is people think about like a lot of space. They think if we have a lot of commercial space, that's going to generate a lot of revenue. And I am very committed, and I believe very strongly in areas like this, what we really need is small retail. Spaces where you can have a coffee shop or you know, I know there's certainly things over there, but you know, whatever, a dry cleaner, a coffee shop, small businesses that can thrive with that kind of local community. So I think if there's an opportunity to do that with small spaces, and I talk about this all the time, we're talking about, you know, 400 to 800 square foot spaces where local entrepreneurs can actually run businesses. And I just, again, I want to agree with Josh on just having this kind of dialogue, you know, your commitment to having conversations with the community. I think this is really a great way forward for the community, and really look forward to solving some of our housing issues this way. So thanks for that.
Thanks, Maxine. Next.
Cynthia Korn.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yes.
Okay, hello everyone. I am Cynthia Korn. I co-own 1440 Cannon Street with my husband, just a block from this development. So first of all, I'm very supportive of the concept and the location. So I think the issues that are possible are solvable, but they're not small. And so I guess I would look to city staff, who I trust, to address Griffith Street at 3:30 every afternoon. We also have an ice rink that is Griffith Street, because when you put height along Griffith Street, it's costly maintenance. So there are those places that have northern, and I think Caleb, Councilmember or Mayor Pro Tem, we've had light conversations about that in the past, that every street in town that has that northern ice a bit, but that combined with increased traffic, I don't know what we do with Griffith Street, or if the development needs to be built off of Griffith Street a little bit because of the amount of traffic. We may even need more parking. I'm also concerned for my neighbors along Cannon, what's going to happen to the on-street parking in that very historic part of town. It's a unique area. It's a wonderful area, and in lots of ways that those few blocks, people have updated those homes as much as some of the blocks in other parts of Old Town. It's been really a wonderful thing to see the community aspect continue and thrive there. So I think, and to the extent that Director Zaccaro and his team can address proposals for what got brought up of safe routes. So how do we do safe routes to King Soopers? How do we do safe routes to the middle school? I'm, again, 100% in favor of this, figuring out how to solve around those items, but I think they're pretty big issues. The safe routes to school, really want to support this though. We need to have young families who send their kids to schools and keep our community vibrant. So thank you to the developer. Welcome to Louisville. Look forward to being a neighbor to this development. Just need to figure out how to coexist. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. What I'd like to do, I appreciate the, we have one who just, we about ran over you there, Mike. You just got in under the wire.
Sorry, thank you. I got caught up in listening. So.
Really?
Mike Dvorsky, 601 Pine Street. I am the neighbor next door to this project, and I do appreciate very much the approach that Live Forward has taken, Hunter himself and his team. Very candid, very honest, with a great deal of integrity, and it's just been a pleasure to talk with them and work with them. My needs, they've been paramount throughout the whole process, last developer and the one before. I think I wrote you a little letter about a tale of three developers, and I'd like to think the third shot's the best. I like the fact that, well, I'll back up a step. My needs, back to that, I've asked for some access to be involved in Caledonia Street, to be an actual throughway, which they've created Caledonia. Even though the slides tonight didn't depict the access points, it's in the works with Hunter, and I'm confident that it will come to fruition before it hits the planning stage. So I'm very comfortable with our working relationship so far and where it's headed. The project itself, I like it. And I think everybody should. It brings needed housing. I'm a big proponent of owned, but in this climate, it's not going to happen, and probably won't for another 3 to 5 years with our interest rates and where we're headed economically. So I think it's our best option. Parking, and Rob can qualify this, but I think a good model or case in point is the Delo complex. It runs catty corner on Lafayette Street, or what used to be the vacated Lafayette Street right off of Cannon. It's overparked. I can drive by there any time of day, and it has plenty of parking left over. So if they were held to the same standard, I think it's a good example of the fact that they could probably get away with less parking on this project. Moving forward, we'll see what we get, but I look forward to it. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Here's what I'd like to do. I'd like to hold council responsible for minimizing the number of comments as far as they can do in their own discussions. I may not have any luck on that because this is an important process, but I think we've heard a lot of comments about the public, and we've heard some questions already. I want to hit a couple of real quick points. There was a comment about, well, are we supposed to deal with future rules or current rules? The way we do our concept plan right now, we're dealing with current rules. There may be different rules, particularly in connection with the comp plan. Parking rules are, something that I'm sure we're all going to look at during that process. But we're looking tonight just at the current rules. That's what the applicant is doing and we're talking about. We're not, as we said before, this is advisory in nature. We're not setting any precedent. We're not endorsing any plan. There's a lot of information that's going to be provided to us before this gets to the next step, and we're simply providing some needed initial information and some great public feedback. So with that, other comments council members have? Go ahead, Councilmember Hamilton.
Much of what I was going to mention has already been addressed tonight. The only thing I'll add is regarding the building codes for energy. I think it's worthwhile, to Councilmember Hefner's point, to investigate what could be achievable. I think sometimes we put these ordinances and codes in place with the best of intention, but then when we get out there in the real world and try to do them, it can maybe be a little bit challenging. So I'm open to those conversations, and the example I give is the inclusionary housing. We've seen multiple fee and lieu because they're like, yeah, we got to reach a certain density before it's reasonable for us to do that. So that's the only thing I'll add, is to be creative about the energy code and what we can do to get as far as we can, and still meet the inclusionary housing goal as well. I don't see them having to be one or the other. I think we can make progress on both.
Councilmember Hefner.
Yeah, I'll be brief, and I think we're using this time for sort of discussion and direction, right? And the direction I would give from where I sit is, I think we'll get comfortable with the SRU and the density waiver and the height waiver if the project shows up with the affordable, and if it shows up with this level of community support, at least from where I sit, that those will be relatively easy decisions.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem?
Thanks. Yeah, it's fun new experience doing concept plan and what we can do tonight. But I think the 20 units per acre is an anti-affordable housing rule that we have on the books, right? It makes it difficult. You're basically saying, build them as big as you can build them, which then makes them more expensive, right? And so if I think you definitely are headed in the right direction, asking for a higher density per acre, so you can make smaller units, which give us the lowercase affordable housing, lowercase a. And then potentially with the increased units allow you to bring a full 13.5% affordable. And I know those numbers could change over time. As Councilmember Hamilton pointed out, we passed you must do 12% affordable housing. And in however many years it's been, we have 0 projects that have come through, partly because of that, maybe not, but they come through with fee and lieu and they haven't been built yet. And so our goal on council is to get affordable housing. And so fee and lieu can help us in that direction. If something gets built, that's okay. But to actually have affordable housing built is a priority for this council and for this community. So trying to figure out how we crack that nut together, how we bring actual affordable housing units, and then how we bring smaller units for, like I said, lowercase a. Those are the kind of future negotiations we're looking to get involved in. And I think I agree in general with the parking issue. We overpark. It's Rob, 20 years? How old is our parking rule? 30 years?
Well, so this is the mixed-use design standards, which were adopted, I'm going to say around 2008, maybe.
Okay,
Yeah.
so a little 16 years. But you are building in this one in particular, in a walkable area where you're trying to create a product that is, you don't need a vehicle. You literally can walk to a grocery store and walk to Main Street and walk to all those things and walk to parks. You're right across the street from Trails Forever. So I think coming with that negotiated, less parking and more, and what we have to be serious about as a city and as a community is budgetary and working with the LRC as well is how do we get these things done? How do we partner with these people to incentivize? I want you to come with net zero entirely. And if it's absolutely fiscally impossible, then how do we partner with you to make it happen? Instead of saying, well, I guess we won't build it, or I guess you just don't have to do it, how do you actually do it and still be able to afford it, right? And that might be partnering with us, partnering with PACE, all sorts of opportunities to do it. But that's the goal, is to get there as a team, because we want net zero and we want affordable. And so we want to work with builders that want to do that. So I appreciate you bringing that energy to this project.
Thank you. Councilmember Fahey.
Thank you. Yes, I will build on what was just said. I also think that affordable homes is a very high priority, as is sustainability. I have just a couple of comments. First, the density, I would be willing to increase density in order to get more affordable units. When you're talking about the block length, and you said you were going to have a walking path between those two buildings, could you make it big enough or wide enough, whatever is necessary, to make it also a usable biking path? And then perhaps put the bike charging stations near that pathway? And then for sustainability, you say that you can't afford to do the solar panels, but could you make the roofs flat and make them green roofs?
Thanks, Councilmember Fahey. Other comments? I had a question. This may have been there and I'm just not finding it, but the building footprint is more than 10,000 square feet, as I understand it. How much more does it look like? Looks like Councilmember Hamilton is, never mind. Thank you, Councilmember. You got me. All right. So I don't have a question. I think one of the things about this is the activation piece of it is something that's really important. I think the more you can do to help this area be activated for people to move, to go to downtown, I think the better. I think that's the kind of thing that you're seeing here. But to the point that Councilmember Hefner said before, I mean, I'm all for the increase in density there. I think that's an appropriate change. We still have a lot to learn, but that based on the information we have right now, I like that idea. The building area, I think we can work with. I think the building height issues we can surmount. And I am extraordinarily pleased about the affordable housing, because that is something that we talk a good game sometimes about, and we slip on actually doing it. And some people call us a suburb, and I don't call us a suburb, I call us a small town. And small towns have affordable housing. And I'll say that more than a few times over the course of the next couple of years, that's part of what we need to plan for, because that's part of who we are and who we purport to be. So anyway, do you have enough direction from us to be an advisory opinion? And I guess I'll ask that of Matt and Rob, and then, the applicant, you just all together, as one organism.
Yeah, I mean, I think any feedback is helpful. So I think we got, from staff's perspective, some good comments from council that I think will inform the application from our point of view.
Good.
I agree, Mayor.
Thank you.
Yeah, really good feedback. Thank you all. Agree. I think we kind of understand where your priorities are at. I think I heard affordable from every single person on council, except for Mr. Bierman. He may say
Mayor, affordable?
Yeah.
Affordable.
So I think we understand that, and I think we want to do as much as we can on the sustainability side, but glad to hear there's potentially some flexibility there. And I think, honestly, that's probably the outcome that we wanted out of this meeting and sort of what we expected. So thank you all again.
Councilmember Hamilton has one final question for you.
Well, it's just a comment. This is and it's directed at Director Zaccaro as well. This is a new process, so I would love to have a feedback loop of how it went, what we can improve up here to support this process moving forward, because you were our guinea pig, as you said earlier. So I'm sure that was built in your process, but I just had to say it tonight.
I was going to say it's a quasi-judicial process starting now for this application. So I think when the PUD comes back, that's a good time to talk about how that input influence the application.
Perfect, thank you.
Good. Thank you. And you don't have to give any feedback right now. You can give it to Rob.
Happy to help whenever, yeah.
Yeah, I appreciate it. All right, now we are done with that matter, and I see online more than 50 people, and we certainly have 50 or more people waiting to hear something. And it's probably our next item. We usually take a 5-minute break at some point. We're way overdue, and I don't see anybody bursting and screaming that this is inhumane, but probably we're going to take a 5-minute break. I think the other thing, maybe before we do that, let's check in. I think here's what I would propose we do tonight, which is that we do the staff and applicant presentation. We're starting, that's going to be 9:24. It's a little bit late. You all have, I presume, because you want to know a little more about this, we can start that. I don't think it's probably fair to expect people are going to be still here for public comment. After that, we have this scheduled for the 20th as an overflow. But I was hoping to get some public comment tonight. We can try it if people are still willing to do it. But I'm sensitive to the fact that people have jobs. People on the dais have jobs, and we don't necessarily make the best decisions really, really late at night, and we may not pay as close of attention as we should. And I don't want to speak for my fellow council members, but I think that's what I'm inclined to propose, and I'd like some feedback from other council members. Mayor Potem.
Yeah, I mean, I think setting expectations is really important, that we understand what we're hoping to. I mean, it's 9:20 and we're starting this topic, and again, maybe in 5 minutes, but there is 0% chance that we can get what I understand to be probably an hour's worth of presentation, and who knows how much public comment, and then deliberation. There's absolutely, it's irresponsible for us to be deliberating at 11:30 at night for access, and so we are, I think, unavoidably going to have to continue at some point to the 20th. So I think the question is, do we push the whole thing to the 20th? Do we get the presentations but then push comment and deliberation? Or do we try to do the presentation and public comment and then do the deliberation? I think I would suggest that we attempt to, because it's more timely or planned time-wise, to get the presentations done tonight, so that's in the public record, and then we would continue and start with public comment on the 20th and then deliberation. And that expectation setting we'd have to stick to, because what would be unfair is to say, we're gonna do public comment later, and then actually, let's go. So I think we'd have to stick to whatever we decide as a group that we wanna do, but then if you're here for public comment, you can go, because you can always watch the presentation later. So that would be my suggestion, is to get the presentations and then push the remainder of the agenda to the 20th.
Okay. Others, that's what I'd propose. Thumbs up? Do a thumbs up or a thumbs down, and if you don't like the proposal, yes, Councilmember.
Well, I was just going to say, I'm not participating, so I'm not going to give you
that is true.
a thumb in either direction.
We're going to
looking this way.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. Anybody else? All right, thumbs up.
I was just going to say, I think it's a great idea to make sure that we have plenty of time for the public comment.
Yeah, I think that's true. So, part of what this is about is, if you want to go home and watch the presentation from the privacy of your own home, you can do that, knowing that you're not going to have, somebody's not going to say, oh, it's time for public comment, and you have already taken off. But I want to make sure the expectations are very clear. And after the break, I want to just lay the groundwork, and then staff presentation will come, and the applicant has a presentation too. So let's take 5 minutes. It is now 9:23. We'll come back at 9:28.
Oh, yeah, yeah, okay.
So Luke's going to fill in, and I just want him to be.
Okay. Let me turn it, whoop, that was it, sorry.
right, folks, let's wander back in, if you would. Caleb, it's time to stop talking and come up to the dais. Come up to the dais too. Judy? Yeah. I said 5. Yeah.
They were cleaning it, which really they should have done after I used it.
She may be using the restroom. Thank you, Caleb. Good. We're back on. We are beginning the resolution or discussion of the resolution number 80, series 2023, a resolution approving the Red Tail Ridge filing number 1 preliminary subdivision plat. We are continued from December 5th, 2023. First of all, do I have any disclosures?
Yeah, thank you. I am not going to participate in the discussion or decision-making on this agenda item because of a professional conflict of interest, and I'm going to leave the meeting now, and I'll see you all next week.
Very good. Thank you. Okay, for the record, Councilmember Hefner has left the chambers. Before we get going with the, excuse me, first, open the public hearing. Staff presentation will go in a minute, but I wanted to touch base about 2 things. One, because this matter is complicated. It has had many stages and many parts and may have many parts in the future, we don't know. First, it's a quasi-judicial hearing, and I know we have talked about that before. I'm not certain that everybody has been through or understands that process, but I wanted to just explain it a little bit. Certain issues that affect property rights must be considered by government entities under the 5th and 14th Amendments to the Constitution. And they must be considered for the purposes of due process, a due process being, at least in one respect, notice and an opportunity to be heard. And what's important that you don't see right now is you don't see a bunch of judges up here. But we are sitting as judges. We're not legislators. We're kind of, if you can imagine, sort of the transformation. I know, you know, the now governor, when he was on the State Board of Education, literally brought in a robe to his quasi-judicial hearing to kind of set the scene. We're not requiring that of council members, but it's a kind of very stylized, specific kind of conversation that we're doing. We have to review a land use application, this particular one, and others like it, in light of the code sections that apply. We have to take evidence from, which is in the form of information that staff provide to us, sometimes quasi-judicial board recommendations like those of the Planning Commission. We take into account the applicant's presentation and public comment, all of that. And we can only do that in the context of a hearing. So some of you undoubtedly may be frustrated that you don't get emails back from us on quasi-judicial matters. People send emails, we don't respond. Why is that? Because they're going to go in the packet, and they do, and they supplement the packet when we get them after the packet has gone out. But we cannot take information outside of the information that's provided to our staff that's then provided to us. We can't talk to people about that. Why? Because the applicant doesn't have a chance to hear that, respond to it. The people don't have a chance to hear the comment, respond to it. That's not the way we do things. And earlier I was, Josh knows how respectful I am, I hope, of him, but we want the information of the public to be in the public record. And unless it's in the context of the hearing, it's not. So that's, that's an important piece of that. And then after the whole hearing is almost done, the council will look at those rules that that have been passed by your representative government in this democracy here, and we will apply those rules to the application at hand with the evidence that we have in front of us and the discussions that we've done. So that's what that quasi-judicial hearing is about. I'm probably forgetting pieces of it, but I think it's a very unusual kind of measure, and it's a measure that I think about whenever anybody takes the oath of office, because the 5th and 14th Amendments to the U.S. Constitution, the Due Process Clause, is extremely serious. And I'm not out of school when I say if we don't follow that, if we appear biased or are biased, if we go outside the bounds of that, there's a risk that an applicant can file suit against us because we didn't do that, and it's a constitutional case. So do we really want that? Absolutely not, because it's not about, we don't litigate as a matter of course. We want to stay within the bounds and do what's right, and that's what we're going to do in this hearing. And if, God willing, in the other hearings that I have that I'm presiding over. The second thing I want to do is just talk about the order of business. We've talked a little bit about that so far. First is going to be the staff presentation. I can see Rob just with bated breath standing at the podium, and he's ready and raring to go. The applicant is going to present after that. Then council can ask clarifying questions. I think it is at that point that we'll probably break after the council questions about that. And then we'll hear from the public in the same way we've done in the prior matters, 3 minutes a person. And we'll take all the comments that we can, probably going to be on the 20th that we do that. People can pool time, and we can talk a little bit more about that because I've got some thoughts about the public comment that I wanted to share with you. But anyway, tonight we're about the staff presentation, the applicant presentation, and clarifying. So take it away, Director Zuccaro.
All right. Thank you, Mayor Lay, members of City Council. I'm Rob Zuccaro. I'm the Community Development Director for the city. I'm going to be presenting on staff's behalf this evening. So this is the preliminary plat for Red Tail Ridge. Public notice certification. There were quite a few questions about the public notice. So staff did oversee the public notice. To the best of our knowledge, all the public notice requirements have been met on the required dates. The property was posted with signs. There were questions about mailings to people outside of the city. This property does sit on the edge, the southern edge of the city. It adjoins Superior and Broomfield. So there were, we don't just mail to Louisville addresses. If it's on the edge of the city, we mail to that same radius into the other jurisdictions. So it was well over 400 mailings that went out to Superior, Louisville, and Broomfield property owners for the notice. A couple of points of order. Staff did inadvertently put in the wrong one-page application form. There's an updated application form that was added to the packet. Ms. Summers brought to our attention late this afternoon that it does appear that we forgot to put some public comments that went to OSAB and PPLAB, the Public Parks and Landscaping Advisory Board, and the Open Space Advisory Board. There's another tranche of public comments. We'll get those to you for the 20th. We'll make sure those are clearly labeled as a supplement so you know which ones were missed, so you don't have to weed through them. So I apologize for that as well. So with that, I'm going to go into the background of the property. As most people know, the property at hand here, Red Tail Ridge, is on the southern part of the city. It's adjacent to Broomfield on the east, and to the south, Superior kind of to the southwest, and then it adjoins some unincorporated Boulder County properties and city and county open spaces. It's also adjoining the Avista campus as well as the Monarch K-12 campus. US 36, Northwest Parkway are the main roads, the main highways. Campus Drive dead ends at this location. 88th is in this location. It's just under 400 acres. It is the former home to the Storage Tech Corporation. As you can see here, there was approximately 1.5 million square feet of industrial development previous to 2009 on the property. Getting into the history a little bit more, ConocoPhillips purchased the property from Storage Tech. They intended to build their own research campus there, an office campus. They did demolish the previous Storage Tech development, so you can see the footprint there. So this is the property that's under consideration tonight for the Red Tail Ridge preliminary plat. Storage Tech owned all the property. You can see most of their development was in this location, and they had some trails and amenities on the rest of the property. So when ConocoPhillips purchased the property, they did approach the city for their own zoning approval. So a little bit on the background of how our zoning is set up. The property, when ConocoPhillips came to the city, they actually had it rezoned to what we call Planned Community Zone District. So that Planned Community Zone District requires the adoption of a general development plan. That general development plan sets certain zoning standards for the property, and it's really a one-page document. And so it has certain notes about open space dedications, parking, allowed uses. There are some yard and bulk requirements. Something to know is that general development plans can't change yard and bulk requirements from underlying zoning standards. That can only be done through a PUD. That's a limitation of general development plans. So there was a lot of consideration and notes you'll see on that. This is important because this plan is the governing plan for the property, and I'll get into the, why that is and why it's relevant. So everything that's on this one-page document, in addition to the zoning code, and there's provisions in there, that's really what governs what can go on that property. All of the allowed uses are on this document. So what's before you tonight, which is the subdivision plat, it doesn't define uses or zoning standards. It's really about how to divide the property so that you can develop under this zoning approval. In 2010, ConocoPhillips, in addition to getting this document approved, there was a zoning agreement approved. So that GDP, General Development Plan, the zoning agreement, don't expire. That's what's governing. There was also a preliminary PUD and plats approved for ConocoPhillips. So that was a different concept than is before you this evening, and that was specifically for ConocoPhillips. That is expired. So this is just an image of what that, that PUD looked like. And so they were clustering the development in this location. They had some public dedications and then some private open space planned with that property as well. So moving closer to the present, there was a previous development proposal also named Red Tail Ridge, and there was a proposal to amend the general development plan. So this was to allow a different set of uses, a different density, so that ConocoPhillips general development plan allows 2.5 million square feet. There was a proposal to allow 3 million square feet and all kinds of other development standards. I won't get into the details. There was 93 acres of public land proposed. City Council approved that general development plan, but because these are zoning approvals and zoning documents, they're subject to referendum. There was a citizens referendum in 2022, which did overturn the City Council's approval of that new zoning document. So what that means is the 2010 ConocoPhillips zoning document never went away. It's the effective zoning for the property. Also in 2021, there was a Metro District Service Plan approval. I'll talk a little bit more about that as well. So what is a subdivision plat? So here we are, the applicant wants to develop under the 2010 zoning. And what a subdivision plat does is it establishes the lots and blocks, the roads, those can be public, they can be private. It establishes easements for utilities, any access easements that are needed. So the Public Works Department has they do a lot of the heavy lifting with this. They review all the utility plans and the easements and work with the applicant to make sure the infrastructure is sized appropriately. A big part of these proposals also are public purpose land dedications. So when a new development comes in, whether it's residential or commercial, there's a different percentage, but there is a minimum public land dedication, and it could be cash in lieu or it could be property that is actually given to the city or deeded to the city. And that could be for any public purpose, parks, open space, schools, public safety facilities. It could be really for anything. All subdivisions have a subdivision improvement agreement, so we get guarantees from the developer for building the infrastructure. We get financial guarantees and written agreements. There's warranty periods. That's all part of this process. Again, this doesn't influence or determine land uses, densities, building heights, or any zoning standards. So again, we have a preliminary plat in front of us this evening. Our process requires a preliminary and final plat. There's been some comments about the contents of a preliminary plat. Staff did state in the staff report, we do think all of the relevant information is provided. In my review and looking through what's required, the one thing that I think is absolutely missing is there's a note that says that you have to have building heights on a preliminary plat. There is no note about building height. You know, our regulations are old, and when we were doing plats, I'd say in the 70s and 80s, it was very common to put zoning standards. That was before we adopted PUD standards. I would say by practice now, we don't set zoning standards on plats, so staff really wasn't worried about that note. It is missing technically, so you could have a condition if you want to add that note. You know, a 35-foot height limit, we could have a note that says that's what the underlying zoning requires. Again, the GDP can't change the height, only a PUD can change height or underlying zoning. All the other standards, staff does believe that there is relevant information in the packet that speaks to all of those requirements. But if there's any questions about something that you think might be missing that's relevant, we can certainly go over that. So the preliminary plat really sets out, again, how the property is going to be laid out, those public purpose lands, which I'll actually talk about the most in my presentation. And then you get preliminary utility and drainage plans, traffic study. So if this is ultimately approved by council, what you would expect is the applicant would come back with the final plat. Those lots and blocks and roads should substantially, and the easements should substantially remain the same. But you will see a subdivision improvement agreement. There'll be landscaping plans for the right-of-way. There'll be full construction documents to see how the infrastructure is laying out. All final agreements and approvals from other jurisdictions will have to be completed. We have some preliminary approvals. We have some discussions going on with some jurisdictions that would need to approve this ultimately. So at a preliminary stage, it is appropriate to have conditional approvals or know that things need to be finalized for the final. There will probably be some easement vacations because there's old easements, there'll be new easements. The Metro District Service Plan is required to come back at final plat, and so that'll be a big part of a concurrent review at final plat if you do approve the preliminary plat. Again, a big part of the proposal is public land dedication. I'd say the majority of the discussion has been around traffic and public land dedication at the other boards and commissions. Our code requires a minimum 12% public land dedication for commercial development. Of the 390 acres, 81 acres is exempt through an annexation agreement. So there's only 309 acres subject to that 12% public land dedication. So their minimum that they're required by ordinance to dedicate to the city is 37.1 acres. They're proposing 139 acres of public land, and that's outlined in this table here. I'll have to go through a couple different graphics, but so this was developed with staff and the different boards and commissions, kind of where to put it and how to configure it. But basically there's open space, which is this color green here, which would be a public land dedication. There's some yellow trail tracks for some regional trail connections. There's a park track, which is envisioned as an active park, and then a public safety track that the police and fire could develop for public safety services. There's also a private common space, which isn't technically a public land dedication, but part of developments, we have this concept where you can have private land, it could be publicly accessible or not, but it's reserved for basically open space use typically. And they are proposing one of the tracks to be common open space. That's in addition to this 139 acres. The 139 acres also includes a tract of land north of the property, which is the Paradise Lane open spaces. So the municipal boundary ends here. That's that yellow line. The project boundary is this blue line. So you can see in addition to those internal public land dedications, the applicant is proposing an additional 47 acres of public land, which is in Boulder County. It's not within the city limits. Now, the ConocoPhillips public land dedication that was proposed at that time also included land here, but a different amount. So it's consistent with what was done before. So when we were working with the applicant and we were, the park staff and others, and we were trying to figure out where to put public lands, these are some of the considerations that we thought about. What areas are relatively undisturbed? There's a natural drainage way that moves through here, so it has, more habitat value with that drainage way. Continuity with other open spaces, and then also looking at how to make regional trail connections. So there were lots of discussions with the applicant and other jurisdictions about that. A lot of consideration was given to how buffers could be created to existing residential developments. So that could be the developments up here in Louisville, buffers to the school, buffers to the Paradise Lane. There's actually an agreement with Boulder County that there is a development buffer with the Paradise Lane properties. So in configuring the open space, as well as the road, which I'll talk about, there was that influenced this configuration as well. There was talk about the city needing some active park space. And so that's why a park tract was added, as well as needing the public facility space. Those were requests from the fire district. As far as the size, I put in a couple graphics just to, I thought this was an interesting comparison, because you can look at this and it's hard to tell what is this actually, how big is this and what does it look like? I actually this is roughly to scale, but this is Harper Lake and the Coyote Run open space. So from this point west to east is 1 mile. And so this is 1 mile west to east, and from this point down to this point is a ½ mile. So this is roughly to scale as best as I could with some aerials. So you can see kind of the Harper Lake and the Coyote Run open space in comparison, at least to this northern part of the majority of the park and open space dedication. So that kind of gives you an idea. There are some underpasses proposed here to connect those open spaces as well. The Coyote Run open space does have a couple of roads bisecting it as well. And I'll talk a little bit more about those underpasses. The road and trail plan. So the applicant has worked with staff on different road cross sections. So there's basically new public roads. So Rock Crest Drive is a new public road connecting 88th to Northwest Parkway. It's 4 lanes up to a roundabout and then 2 lanes here. There's a north-south Sorrel Avenue that's 2 lanes, and then Campus Drive. So a big goal of the city, and in the 2010 zoning agreement, is within their first phase of development, they have to extend Campus Drive. That's in the zoning agreement. Everybody has wanted it for school congestion and safety reasons. So they do extend Campus Drive. There's roundabout access to the school campus. It's 4 lanes connecting to 96th Street, and then it goes down to 2 lanes connecting to 88th. They do have a multimodal street network that they're proposing. There's on-street bike lanes, there's off-street sidewalks and trails throughout the development. There's internal trails connecting to regional trails through the development. We've also worked with Broomfield with some trail connections down through this area here. This area is in City and County of Broomfield. It's slated for conservation easement as well. The applicant owns that property. It's not part of this development proposal, but it is additional land that is slated to be to go into a conservation easement. Again, part of that trail plan is to have underpasses under the Campus Drive. As you can see, we're trying to create some regional trail connections to the US 36 trail in through this open space. We've tried to consider school routes into that as well. That's why we have, one of the reasons we have this north trail here. There's regional trails between the US 36 down to a potential Rock Creek trail connection. So Rock Creek is off into the distance here. There's no trail connection, but that was considered as well as potential north trail connections. So the whole point is to, including to the detail, we're trying to lay out how this could regionally connect into commuter routes as well as connect into downtown. Potentially in the future, there could be a trail connection that gets you into the Coal Creek Trail system. Part of this development is right-of-way requirements, off-site right-of-way. So certainly the property they own, they could dedicate the right-of-way. There were a few instances where in order to make the road connections that they need to make, they would have to acquire an easement or property from Northwest Parkway, North Metro Fire Rescue, and Boulder Valley School District to get right-of-way to make those road connections. There is correspondence in the packet from North Metro Fire Rescue and Boulder Valley School District. Again, that'll all have to be finalized and have final formal agreements. There's a lot of correspondence also in discussion about Northwest Parkway Authority. They have been working with the applicant on connecting Campus Drive to 96th Street. You may ask, that's 96th Street, it's not Northwest Parkway. That configuration goes through a portion of right-of-way that Northwest Parkway owns. So there is consideration for that. It does influence, the 96th and Northwest Parkway intersection is a very important intersection for Northwest Parkway if they develop in the future. So we do have a recommended condition because we do have support letters from BVSD and Northwest Parkway. We don't have a support letter from BVSD and the Fire District. We don't have a support letter from Northwest Parkway yet, but we have had several meetings with them. The applicant's continuing to meet with them. We just want to acknowledge through a formal condition, we're recommending a formal condition that Northwest Parkway has a formal agreement at final plat before we actually get to the hearing stage. We assume the same for BVSD as well as the Fire District and any other jurisdictions that would need to approve it. So a little bit into the traffic analysis. So that's an important part of this development. So what's the GDP allows, sorry, is there a question? Oh, does it really? That's funny, yeah. It's a new highway, they're building a new highway. It's called US 35. Yeah. Eagle eye there, good. So there is a traffic analysis here. So the 2010 GDP has a density allowance. It's 2.5 million square feet. So everything that we're looking at here in our analysis assumes full build out of 2.5 million square feet of potential development. The GDP allows a mix of commercial uses and light industrial uses. It allows hospital uses. So they're anticipating putting in all of those uses, about 2.5 million square feet of development. Just for size, the Colorado Tech Center, land size, when you take away the public land dedications especially, is much bigger. They have about 4 million square feet of development in the Colorado Tech Center between what they have and potential development. So this is about 2.5 million square feet. So the traffic study assumes certain uses. There's a 21,000, a little bit more average daily vehicle trips. The purpose of the traffic study is to look at the surrounding road network and intersections and see if mitigation is needed. Where do they need to expand intersections and roads in order to accommodate the development? We're working with the applicant. You'll see at final plat, certainly everything within the development they have to build. External roadways, they would be building the majority of that, and you'll see a formal agreement at final plat. The city also collects development impact fees for transportation, so that also helps pay for regional transportation infrastructure. But the traffic study does outline certain improvements. This shows, and this is in the traffic study, and we worked with the applicant's engineer on some assumptions about where's traffic, where's it coming from, where's it going to go. I think the important thing to note is about 75% of the anticipated traffic would be coming and going from Northwest Parkway and US 36. So of those 21,000 plus average daily vehicle trips, a smaller percent would be going, within McCaslin and Dillon and north on 96. About 75% we would expect would be out on those highways. There was a question that we were provided ahead by a council member asking, well, what is 21,000 vehicles per day like? So with the caveat that again, not all 21,000 would be on any particular road. We pulled some data from around the city. So this is South Boulder Road and Highway 42. Just to the north of that in 2021, traffic count showed 22,000 average daily trips. in that location, going both north and south. Over on McCaslin, we have 28,000. That's a 2018 count. Up on Cherry, we've got about 9,000. On South Boulder Road in McCaslin, we've got about 26,000 daily trips here, and then 15,000 here on South Boulder Road once you get east of McCaslin, and then 14,000 to the south. So that's just an idea of kind of how much traffic you see on any one point on a daily basis, if that helps put some perspective into it. So again, the traffic study identifies needed improvements. The applicant will have to put in the majority of those within the close proximity and within the development. I do want to note that the US 36 interchange and portions of Northwest Parkway probably need some long-term improvements, but those need to be planned and designed with CDOT and Northwest Parkway. So we couldn't identify specific improvements that, you know, the applicant's engineer wouldn't be appropriate for them to redesign that interchange to get capacity, but we recognize that that's something that would need to be addressed in the future, both with background traffic, but with this development, the need for that would come sooner, certainly. So here's in the traffic study where you see all of those recommended improvements that we need to address with the development and some timeframes on when those would need to be done. So getting into grading, drainage, and utilities, there was a lot of questions about grading. And so within the packet, there is a grading plan that is both some of the gradings on the public parcels to accommodate drainage, to accommodate trails, to accommodate the roads. And then there's grading shown for the development parcels so that those could meet the roads properly and develop as well. There are 6 regional detention ponds proposed, new storm, sewer, water lines for the project. There would need to be a new sewer lift station that the applicant would actually build and then turn over to the city. That's in the far southeast part of the property. The sewer treatment plant would need to be expanded, so they're working with Public Works. If this comes back for final plat, there would be an agreement for them to make whatever expansions are necessary to accommodate their development from the sewer side. So a couple of items, just kind of going back to that 2010 development agreement. That 2010 zoning agreement required that when a development comes in, they have to do a transportation demand management plan. So the purpose of those is to create plans to try to get people out of their cars, to use more transit, to bike, to walk. So part of their proposal is a transportation demand management plan. We are working with them to have the Metro District probably fund implementation of that plan. So when the businesses go in, they would have to, and they come with their PUDs, we would expect they would come with plans on how they would try to reduce single occupancy vehicle trips for their employees and promote carpooling, van pooling. Potentially we could get shuttles or RTD service into the development. So it would be promoting all of those things. So that's a formal part of this proposal. The applicant is proposing a series of sustainability commitments. That document is in your packet as well. We are anticipating that we would structure some way to assure that those are implemented with the final plat subdivision improvement agreement. Okay, so to the approval criteria, so what you're looking at again is not the zoning document or is the zoning or the uses appropriate, but is this subdivision plat done according to our policies and our requirements? So this is what you're judging it against. Whether it conforms to Title 16, which is the subdivision title, so that kind of captures everything. Whether the approval will be consistent with the comprehensive plan, all the zoning requirements, other federal, state, city laws, whether the subdivision will promote the purposes set forth in this section 16420 of our code, and then if it complies with the design standards of section 1616. So the staff report, I'm not going to go into many of them. I'm just going to get into a couple of them. But staff did provide a recommended finding and some analysis for every single one of those purpose statements and each of the topics of design criteria. So just to get into the criteria a little bit, does it conform with all of the requirements of this title? So we've been reviewing this with Public Works, Park, Recreation staff, police, fire, utility agencies, referral agencies. So, you know, we do have a plat that we think complies with all of those requirements that each of these agencies are asking for, as well as our code. Is it consistent with the comprehensive plan and applicable zoning? This is part of the Phillips 66 Rural District, so our staff report outlines the policies in the comprehensive plan, and we are finding it meets those policies. It does limit height to 3 stories, but it allows higher buildings. Again, that's not what we're talking about here, but it allows that. It does allow retail, office, industrial, and institutional uses. The comprehensive plan supports up to about 3 million square feet of development, so they're under the comprehensive plan policy for density. The general development plan does provide some standards, so you would need to find it's in compliance with the general development plan as well. The one thing I would note is the general development plan does call for private roads. They have a mix of private and public roads. I talked about those main public roads, but they are also showing some private roads in there to connect the different parcels. So so then it gets into the purpose statements. There's 19 purpose statements that staff has provided information in the staff report. And then that chapter 1616 gets into all these design standards. I'm really just going to focus on the public sites and dedications because that's had the most discussion with the boards and commissions. So for public sites and dedications, so that's all those open spaces, parks, trails that would be public. This is what council is supposed to be considering. This is what it says in the code. You're supposed to be looking at the size of the development, its adequacy to accommodate the uses, the public uses. Does the comprehensive plan call for any public uses or any of our other policies or plans? Is it calling for any uses that we need in this area? And then topography, the land, there's also, and there's other criteria in the subdivision code about trying to preserve natural areas of the property. So that's relevant. So not to get into any of those, but I want to make sure you're aware of all of these because this is what you should be basing your recommendation on. And then that section of the code also says the size of the dedication in this section is designed and intended to reasonably relate to the needs created or contributed by the subdivision development within the city. So this is your criteria to determine if it's an adequate public land dedication. Is it the right amount? Is it the right mix of uses? This is your criteria. In staff's recommendation, we do feel like it's providing the needs of what the development would require. It's also providing amenities for other residents as well with the way it's laid out. And it's exceeding the 12% by quite a bit as well. So here's the layout again. So just to get into Parks and Public Landscaping Advisory Board and Open Space Advisory Board. So we did take this to each of those boards, not for them to review the subdivision as a whole, but just to look at, is this the right mix of open space and parkland? Parks and Public Landscape Advisory Board also looked at street cross sections and landscaping to some extent. The Parks and Public Landscaping Board is recommending approval. Open Space Advisory Board had conditional approval, so that's laid out. The one thing that's relevant is they were asking for an additional underpass in this location. That isn't incorporated into this application, but they were asking for that in their recommendation. The Planning Commission reviewed this in 2022. They had several hearings. They actually voted 3-2 to recommend denial of the application, and so their resolution is in the application. These are the reasons that they cited for their recommendation of denial. So it has to do with preservation of natural features, traffic congestion, and some other things. Happy to answer any questions about that, but all the videos of that record is in there as well. So staff is recommending approval with a couple of conditions. One is that we get that final agreement with Northwest Parkway before the final plat. Application comes back to City Council. There are some some technical issues with the traffic study, nothing substantive that we felt like we needed to point out, but the public works staff, the city engineer, wanted to make sure there was a condition that they meet all of those technical corrections within the traffic study before final plat as well. So I know that was a lot, but I think it's a pretty complex application. It's a big property. So thank you for enduring through that, and I'm happy to answer any clarifying questions before we turn it over to the applicant.
Mayor Pro Tem?
On the question about the traffic, you were, maybe just clarification, but so you're talking about like the 36, the 470 and 36 interchange, if I read it correctly, is going to fail in 2040 without this development. And so CDOT needs to figure out with the city of Louisville, with Broomfield, with Superior, that is something we have to solve. And yet this would likely move that date up, is what you're saying, is it won't be 2040. It might be earlier that it fails. And I'm just trying to understand what role the applicant has in solving that, what role the city of Louisville has in solving it. Like, again, of course, I think I heard from you, it's not like the applicant can go change the overpass over 36 themselves. So like, what are we allowed to sort of hold them to? Is it finance? Is it money? Is it effort? Is it what is it that we can do? I understand a little bit better on the things that are closer, but when it's outside their development, but their development is going to create the issue, I just need a better understanding of that process.
So let me speak to a couple of things. That intersection is being highly influenced by this Broomfield development over here. That's a pretty high density mixed use development. So they're adding a lot of traffic. Talking to Broomfield, there's no developer contribution for that. Flatirons Mall is being redeveloped. My understanding is there's no contribution. They're really focusing on, those developments are building within. I don't know how their fee structure works. I know for us, we've been working with the applicant on, they need to make improvements that we don't think we'd make, even with background traffic, because they're causing that. We do get development impact fees that could help pay for this. I don't know what the final solution is. I mean, I don't know how it would work in the future. I think if and when they are going to redo that intersection, that I expect they would probably approach the city and see if the city wanted to participate in that. The CDOT, it's not in our jurisdiction, but it might be in our interest to work with them on that. So I don't have a real direct answer other than, as we've been working with the applicant, and we felt from staff that a contribution directly wasn't needed for that interchange, even though we knew they'd be contributing to it. We knew we'd be getting transportation impact fees for the future development that could help offset that cost. I can state that I did ask CDOT if they wanted to have any type of formal agreement about contributions. They never replied, so I'm not sure. I don't think they want any formal contribution at this point. I think we're all assuming we need to work this out in the future, but I don't know what form that's going to take.
Staying on traffic, I understand 75% is coming from 470 and 36 in some direction or otherwise. About 15% is coming from 95th. And then the last 10%, kind of a spattering of a few different spots. I'm trying to understand the overall impact of this development on congestion at like 88th and Campus Drive. It looks like very little traffic is assumed to be coming to this development from 88th and Campus Drive, but there's a lot of traffic there right now. We know it's like the biggest issue in Louisville is that that spot. Is the congestion thought to be better or worse after the development?
Yeah, so when Campus Drive is punched through to 96th, there's a significant amount of traffic going in and out of the school campus through that intersection. I don't know what the exact percentage is, but the result is that the congestion at 88th and Dillon and 88th and Campus goes down significantly. Of course, with background traffic, it continues to go back up, but initially, especially, the congestion is anticipated to go down significantly at those intersections once Campus Drive punches through.
But overall, obviously more, I mean, it's a whole 21,000 more trips total, so a lot more traffic total in the area, and we're probably going to see some negative impacts around Dillon and 95th. 96th, thank you, sorry. That's a, like, I'm thinking about like internal Louisville, obviously 470, 36 and all those, but do you think the worst spot for a negative impact on traffic in the community is likely Dillon and 96th?
So the traffic study suggests that there are capacity improvements at that intersection. So those would be required to be built.
By the applicant?
By the applicant, yep. So the applicant would be building the capacity improvements at this intersection. That's what we have been discussing with them.
Okay.
Again, we don't have the final agreement in front of you, but they would pay the full price of that intersection improvement to maintain level of service.
And again, that's typical, even though it's pretty far away. I mean, how far can you go? I mean, it's like, how's South Boulder Road and 96 going to look, right? So this is not on their site, but we're noticing this is going to be a problem, and you're telling me that in the final plat, there's going to be a more specific SIA, that's subdivision improvement agreement, that will note what their contribution to that intersection needs to be?
Yes, there'll be a cost estimate and very specific, I mean, the improvements are spelled out in this traffic study, and then we'll actually have drawn out plans at the final plat that show that with cost estimates. There'll be an agreement. Again, you know, I will want the applicant to confirm this, but my understanding in our discussions with them is that they are agreeable to paying for that specific intersection improvement as part of the SIA.
Okay, and I'm done, but I just want to understand that, like, in this preliminary plat discussion, we're getting this sort of agreement that is going to be dealt with in a more detailed way at the final. So in the preliminary, they don't have to have all the answers for that, but they have to have sort of a promise to work on it, and then it comes into its full form with that SIA in the final?
Yeah, I think that's a fair way to look at it. I mean, I do think, yes, because we don't have the final SIA in front of us, I don't want to speculate on what the final provisions will be in that agreement. But I think as we've been working with staff, with the applicant, you know, my understanding is that they are agreeable and will be working on an SIA where they will be, you know, paying for certain off-site improvements, including that intersection.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. There's certainly a lot to discuss, but I'm going to keep it to clarifying questions right now. I have two content clarification questions and one process question. So I'll start with the content. The first is, when I'm looking at the underpasses, help me to understand the location of the underpass on the west side. And the reason why I ask is because I'm not seeing any connection to the school, and there's a lot of roundabouts and traffic. There's a park right there, which I assume the kids would gravitate towards. So is there a reason it's there as opposed to move to connect to the school?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so yes, great question. So these underpasses are in this location, you know, for that, the connectivity between the open space tracks. And the reason they're in those locations, that's where the drainage goes through. And so there's already grade for that underpass to naturally go in those locations. When we were talking about school routes, a couple of things is we are anticipating on the north side of Campus Drive to actually have bigger off-street trails to facilitate school routes. But I think to your point is you see this trail here. We felt like this was actually for anybody coming from, let's say, the Superior side who was biking or walking, that the best route for them was to connect a trail at this location and have some type of enhanced crossing. So I'm not sure if that's going to be, you know, some type of nicer crosswalk or raised crosswalk, or I'm not sure where it'll land exactly on design and have a surface crossing here rather than an underpass. One of the reasons is there's constrained right-of-way and the campus is over there. It'd be really hard, I think, to get an underpass down, and across on the other side. So we focused the underpasses where there was already drainage culverts that you could pair with an underpass, and felt like this surface crossing would still be a good, safe crossing right here at this location.
You answered my question. I'll revisit it later.
Okay.
My other content question is regarding level of service. So in the Louisville Transportation Master Plan, there's talk about level of service for an urban suburban area. Do we have an actual goal level of service that we hold these developments accountable for?
Yeah, so the level of service is, you know, Kurt's going to correct me if I'm wrong, but it's your delay at the intersection. So there's an acceptable delay at the intersection, and once you get down, you grade it. Once you get down to an F, it's too much delay. There's tables in there. I mean, we don't have a city policy adopted minimum level of service. Really, anything above an F could be acceptable, potentially, to the city.
Are we able to say what we would like that to be?
I mean, we don't have a policy on it. We don't have an adopted policy. So I think if you see a intersection that you're particularly concerned about, I think it's worth getting our engineering staff and their engineering staff to dig into that intersection and try to understand what improvements are being made, and could more improvements be made to further improve service rather than maybe trying to adopt a policy.
Okay. My last question, the policy or process question. So Planning Commission reviewed this as a preliminary and final, right? And made their decision. We peeled off preliminary. Why did this not go back to Planning Commission for review?
Right. So yes, thank you for the question. So Planning Commission did review it as a combined application, preliminary and final. So so we feel that they've already reviewed both application types. They actually had more of that final information in front of them. Over the last year, the project was delayed because of discussions with Northwest Parkway, frankly, and staff working with the applicant determined that we should get in front of City Council with the preliminary plat before the applicant or staff spent more significant resources on the final plat development. So we wanted to make sure, is council going to give a preliminary approval before there's more resources put into all of the final application development? Because that's a lot of work and money for the applicant. It's a lot of time investment for staff. So that's why primarily why we split the applications out after Planning Commission. It was combined at Planning Commission just because you know, the applicant wanted to try to expedite the application. So combining it was a way to potentially expedite the application.
But this does not eliminate the possibility of the final plat with the SIA and everything else, the district going. Can we request that go through planning before it comes to us? Because we're going to make possibly conditions and everything else.
I think you could request to remand that back to Planning Commission. I think it's up to you all if you feel like that's necessary. I think staff feels like you could also just review the final plat yourselves as well. So I think that would be up to council.
Okay, thank you, that's all.
I want to focus on, I guess, a couple of things, and they're more process. Extraordinary delay in this. It strikes me, and you talked a little bit, maybe diplomatically, about the Northwest Parkway Authority. How transparent is what's going on with the Northwest Parkway Authority when it comes to reviewing this, the issues that they've raised with respect to this, preliminary plat?
Well, there's been a lot of meetings, and it's taken a long time. The applicant and staff have met with, sometimes together, sometimes separately, with Northwest Parkway and City and County of Broomfield staff to work through the issues. They've been pretty complicated, and it's taken a long time. The Northwest Parkway Board has, part of the reason for why it's taken so long is the Northwest Parkway Board conducted their own study, and also the Northwest Parkway LLC had to weigh in too. So there's actually two entities. There's the authority and the LLC, and they were coordinating and having separate discussions. So I think the long time was the complexity of the structure of Northwest Parkway, Northwest Parkway LLC, they had some concerns about their future plans and how this intersection campus in 96th would work. So most recently, the applicant has received a letter with a series of conditions that would allow that intersection to take place, and I'm definitely going to defer to the applicant to speak to where they are on meeting those conditions.
And just for background, the Northwest Parkway Authority is how many members?
There's two members. There's a City of Lafayette and City of Broomfield City Council member that sit on the board.
Has the city ever been our city delayed in getting information to the Parkway Authority?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Okay. The applicant?
I mean, I don't know that there's deadlines or time frames, but I would say in our development review process, I can speak to, is we've sent, what we call referrals. So we send it to CDOT and Excel and Northwest Parkway. We've sent them multiple development review referrals, over the years that this application's been active.
Okay. And I know that there's information that we still need to get from the Parkway Authority, and I know we talked about conditional approvals and so forth, because we don't have that yet, right? There are some improvements to this development that are located, Tape Drive and the Northwest Parkway? Is that where one of the interchanges that needs to be?
So this location here.
Right there, yeah. And is, we can probably ask the applicant when they come what the status of that is. It hasn't been approved at this time by the Parkway, right?
Right, yeah, we don't have a letter agreement or an approval formally from Northwest Parkway at this time. We would anticipate that if everything works out and agreements are made, there would actually be agreements between the city and Northwest Parkway and the City and County of Broomfield about how those things get constructed that are outside of our jurisdictional boundaries, maintenance agreements. We've actually started working on some of that. So it's, but yeah, we don't have final approvals or agreements in place at this point.
That's all I have. Councilmember Kern.
Thank you. I wanted to get clarification on what we were reading as far as some of the dates for the planned road improvements. Pardon me. From what I can tell, it looks like the plan is to, the interior roads are planned for basically immediate by 2025. And the additional changes to intersections are not planned for the 2025 period of time. There was a couple of charts, like on page 60, I think it was talking about the dates for the different road improvements.
Yeah, and here's a graphic that actually has dates on the road improvements as well. And again, I think there's some finalization that needs to be done on that, but this is what they're calling for in the traffic study right now as far as dates.
So,
Yeah.
so when we look at the Dillon 88th 96 says widen to 4 lanes, roadway 2025, but that's in blue, so that's background without Red Tail Ridge. Project with Red Tail Ridge are noted in red. So Dillon, the intersections there, 96, none of that's being included. It's only the sites in red that are.
This might be the wrong graphic to say what's called for when, because I would say, you know, some of these improvements, they're just showing what their traffic engineer thinks needs to be done at certain times with background traffic. I don't know that's what's going to come forward in a final proposal from staff or the applicant as far as certain roadway improvements that would just be background traffic. You know, sometimes cities make different decisions about having constrained roadways and things like that, so.
And it mentions this new Rockcrest Drive, which used to be Tape Drive, and changing the location, that a portion of it will be done early and that the remainder is going to be done by 2030. So there would be no connectivity to a potential hospital that would be built from that Rockcrest until the very end. And am I reading this correctly?
Well, I mean, that's what it says on this document. It calls for a 2030 here and then 2025 here. I think it's good for the applicant to clarify that because this might not be what they intend to do. And then you had mentioned access to a hospital. You know, we do know that Avista Hospital has announced that they have a contract to move to the Red Tail development potentially. You know, but that's, I would like to defer to them to talk about timing of sequencing of potential development. And again, that's speculative. This is a subdivision plat. We don't know what uses would actually come at any point in the future.
So is that more at the final plat when we're talking about the roads and the dates then? That would be.
No, we can talk about the roads and the dates now. I'm just saying we don't know what uses will be on
correct.
what
It's not
parcels
specific, yeah.
actually, and when those uses will be developed on those parcels.
Okay. It was sort of piggybacking, and you're mentioning about the underpasses, and the reason for placing them in those locations was looking at the drainage where it already is to utilize those natural, I'm assuming, contours and things. What about the rest of the land? It looks like there's a lot of grading that is being done to the natural habitat, and per the Louisville Code, part of that diligence is to minimize the impact. My question was, is some of that additional grading in those the currently planned dedicated spaces, is that being graded for drainage for underpasses? Is it being graded for drainage from the new Campus Drive? Is there a reason that we need to do so much disturbance to that natural habitat and those tracts that are, like you had actually mentioned that there's natural tracts of land in what is they're planning for dedicated spaces, natural habitat that's already in existence and has been even when Storage Tech was in place. Is there a need to disturb so much of that?
So that's, you know, there's a lot of layers.
I didn't know,
to,
I'm sorry, yeah, I didn't know if it was a drainage question.
No, yeah, so, I mean, here's just an example, and, you know, I'll definitely defer to the applicant. They're the ones designing it, and they can talk to their design choices but you could just see, this is where the park could potentially be, and then part of the open space, so this is Campus and 88th. There's pretty limited grading here. There's grading for a small detention pond. There's grading for the trails. There's definitely grading to accommodate the different road to make sure, you know, the roads can go in properly. And then this is that kind of north open space near Paradise Lane. There's some pretty big drainage infrastructure there. So by the time you're putting in, you know, trying to accommodate the roads, this would be a private drainage pond. This would be a drainage pond on the public open space, drainage channels. So that's one of the underpasses. That's the other underpass. So you can see there's a lot of grading, especially in this northern parcel, but there's other open space parcels where there's limited grading, except for the trails. So it's kind of a mix in order to accommodate the drainage, accommodate the roads, accommodate the trails. But as far as could it be limited, or why did they choose to do it this way, I'd defer to the applicant.
Okay, I'll ask them. Thank you.
Why don't we let the applicant make their presentation? Because it sounds like a number of these questions may be answered by them or can be addressed to them. Thank you, Rob. Appreciate it.
Good evening, Mayor, council members, staff. My name is Luke Murphy. I'm a senior landscape architect with Perkins & Will. Thank you for your time this evening and your advanced review of our proposal. We look forward to presenting our shared vision for Red Tail Ridge, one that has been carefully crafted with input from your staff, advisory boards, and citizens. First, a little bit of housekeeping, which we're going to move as quickly through as possible given the time and some duplicate material with Rob's presentation. We're going to start with a bit of introductions and an overview of the site, followed by our vision for the site's future. We'll move on to a review of the preliminary plat application, hear from Avista Hospital, learn about the proposed public land dedication, touch on connectivity and mobility, detail the site-wide sustainability commitments, and wrap up with questions and comments. On to our team. I am proud to be working with some of the best minds in the industry, crossing disciplines to cover design development, healthcare, sustainability consulting, environmental habitat consulting, and technical engineering. Our team includes both local experts, living, working, playing here in the Front Range, and national experts in our respective fields. We are led by Sterling Bay, a leading national developer of people-centered places that prides themselves on collaborating with and enhancing the communities where they work. I work with a number of clients across the country, and Louisville is truly lucky to have them here at the table. Okay, to start with a few reminders about the site and why we're here today. I'll glaze over a couple of these because I know we've mentioned them before, but as you know, this plat does not cover individual building sites or the building designs. All of those which will come in front of you, the public, the advisory boards, and the planning commission in the future if the plat is approved. The preliminary plat includes the dedication of land for Campus Drive, significant amounts of open space, which would be the second largest land dedication in Louisville's history. Lastly, what we are proposing today meets the requirements of Louisville's comp plan, the governing GDP, and the revised energy code. As you can see from the images on the screen, the site had significant development on it previously. In fact, more than 85% of the site, or 265 acres, was previously developed, mined, or paved. And now that all of Storage Tech's buildings have been demolished, the site contributes a meager $10,000 per year in property taxes. Looking at the timeline for the site, the Storage Tech campus started in 1970, the buildings were demolished in 2008, and the ConocoPhillips GDP approved in 2010. And in 2021, as Rob detailed, City Council approved an amendment to the GDP, which was later called up in a special election, subsequently rejected by voters in April of 2022. As a result, this land reverted to being governed by the 2010 ConocoPhillips General Development Plan. So this brings us to today, and Sterling Bay has purchased the property in June of 2022, and they hosted a series of Planning Commission meetings in the second half of that year. And while Planning Commission had certain concerns, our team listened intently and took those concerns to heart. As such, in the 20 months since Sterling Bay purchased the site, we have worked to further refine and tailor the plat to reflect the good feedback and the unique place that is Louisville. We have built upon all the good work completed to date to make the plan that the Parks Board and Open Space Boards approved even better. In the meantime, I'll turn it over to Rod Richardson, Managing Principal with Sterling Bay, to tell you more about our shared vision for the Red Tail Ridge.
Thank you, Luke. Sure I'm doing this right? Okay. Good evening, Council. Try to keep it quick, but obviously it's a important project for everybody here, so there's a lot to cover. But hopefully, I think our presentation will answer many of the questions you were asking earlier, so hopefully that will be helpful. My name is Rod Richardson. I'm managing partner for Sterling Bay's Western Region. Sterling Bay is focused on developing best-in-class headquarters and campuses across the country for innovative companies, including here in Colorado. This is my first time presenting before you, and I'm very pleased to present the new vision for Red Tail Ridge. In June 2022, as mentioned, nearly 20 months ago, we announced we purchased the property with the intention of developing a premier life science and innovation campus. And I also want to underscore our experience in developing California, which has some of the strongest environmental sustainability requirements in the world. So when we purchased this property, we were really, really not too concerned with that aspect of the acquisition, knowing that that's how we focus on our developments is achieving those goals for both us, our tenants, and the city and the community. Brew Bockel remains originally a partner and remains an important partner of ours on this. But I want to make very clear that this presentation today is going to be new to just about everybody in this room. We've listened to the Planning Commission, the community, and others, and have revised this, and we think it's a much better development than what was originally presented. For more than a year and a half, our singular goal has been to create a site vision that's more responsive to what Louisville's voters want, which is more open space and a smaller development footprint that honors really the natural landscape. And I think we'll spend some time going through the grading in the northern part and why we did that. Tonight, I think you'll see the hard work that everyone's put into this project. At Sterling Bay, we developed a national reputation for both exceeding local requirements and modeling best practices. And this is especially true for Red Tail Ridge Innovation District. Whenever we start a project, we look at the governing general plan and zoning requirements and use that as a starting point and not a finish point. We've paid close attention to the feedback from the community and local businesses, and our proposal creates something for everybody. Tonight, we'll be sharing brand new renderings of both the plat and the PUD at full build out, and we hope that this gives you a new perspective of both our vision and our capabilities. As I mentioned, Sterling Bay specializes in life science and innovation campuses across the country for some of the most exciting and innovative companies. These companies are doing important work, and they require facilities that meet exceptionally high standards in both environmental engineering and construction requirements. I'm sure many of you know that the US 36 corridor is underserved with quality purpose-built life science buildings, especially in including incubator space for startups. And that is something we anticipate building within Red Tail Ridge to provide lab space, science space for startups, ecosystem. University of Colorado is completely, their incubator space is completely full. They're actually kicking tenants out. So we think that's a demand in the market, and we'd like to add that here. On a more local level, we are very excited about the potential to create new learning and educational opportunities between future tenants and Boulder Valley School District, CU Boulder, among others. Monarch High School, for example, is already participating in a federally funded life science program designed to create research opportunities for students. And we've had several productive discussions with BVSD already about this. So without further ado, I'm proud to share our vision for Red Tail Ridge. We've been hard to work on this vision for over 18 months. And I want to make clear, this is not a rehash of the Brubacher plan. We've listened to the community, we've increased open space, and we've reduced the square footage. And we voluntarily added 30 sustainability and wellness commitments as well. Our public land dedication is the largest non-golf public land dedication in the history of Louisville, second largest if you include golf. I'm also pleased to announce tonight that Sterling Bay is addressing each of the Northwest Parkway's additional priorities. Tonight, we are increasing our total investment by $9 million for a total of $25 million in offsite improvements, including each area requested by the Northwest Parkway Authority. At this point, we don't have that in writing, but as Director Zaccaro mentioned, there was a letter they provided us, and we've agreed to all those terms. At Sterling Bay, our work is defined by 4 core values. This is how we look at each development we do. A focus on community, sustainability, innovation, and quality of design. Our design puts community first, and we're excited to share more details on the amenities, dog park, sports fields for everyone's use. When it comes to sustainability, we were undaunted by Louisville's stringent new energy code, and we've gone further by voluntarily committing to 30 additional sustainability and wellness features. The renderings you're about to see are also intended to showcase our design innovation throughout both the plat and the future PUDs. Across both the natural and the built environments, we want the quality design to really be self-evident, compatible with the surrounding environment, and to be a model for design excellence. So let me give you a close-up of these renderings. We have new spaces, food truck courts, and sports fields for just a few of the new public uses we envision. Shouldn't everyone be allowed to enjoy this view instead of a closed-off gated site? We're proposing the largest non-public golf land dedication in Louisville's history for the public to use. We've listened closely to the public input on amenities that the community wanted, like a dog park, more trails, and a modest amount of retail. And can you imagine being able to work in a LEED Silver or better building like this? Also, our campus will be connected by more than 20 miles of new trails, paths, and within minutes of 3 different RTD stations for public transportation. And as a final point, we want to underscore the powerful economic impact that Red Tail Ridge can make at full build-out. We're projecting $43 million in local fees and taxes to the city of Louisville through full build-out, $24.4 million annually instead of just $10,000 a year in commercial property tax revenue. And that's not to mention the direct and indirect impact of hundreds of Red Tail employees on downtown restaurants and shops. There's no doubt in our mind that Red Tail Ridge will have a very positive effect on downtown Louisville. So with that, thank you very much for your time, consideration. I'm now pleased to introduce Mark Painter for the next section of our presentation. Mark's a partner at Holland & Hart and will outline the ways our plat meets Louisville's codes and regulations. Thank you.
Thanks, Rod. Good evening. Wanted to make sure. Mayor Lay, members of the council, good evening. I am Mark Painter. I am a real estate partner at Holland & Hart in Boulder County. Indeed, I'm a 2-degree buff and practiced law here since 1986. And I actually remember the days when Storage Tech was built and was a bustling new high-tech campus. My gray beard probably gave that timing away anyway, though. Our legal team has had the pleasure of working with Sterling Bay, obviously, and your planning and legal staff for many months on this exciting project. With me tonight are my colleagues from Holland and Hart, Eric Stegemiller and Mark Hamilton, and they have been a great help to all of us in this as well. I'm going to talk tonight a bit about the city standards that we know we must meet and how the preliminary plat application meets the applicable criteria which are necessary to earn your approval. Broadly speaking, the plat approval process is the two-dimensional beginning of a sequential series of applications that you would see for subsets of Red Tail Ridge. In particular, there are three major pillars of that plat approval process for council to consider. Is the proposed plat, one, in conformance with Title 16 subdivision criteria? Two, consistent with the comp plan, zoning and other laws? And three, will it promote and comply with the purposes and standards in Chapter 16? Mr. Zaccaro has already gone through a lot of that, so I won't, at this hour, go through it again with you. But not much of a spoiler alert, but certainly we feel like the plat meets and exceeds these standards readily. What are we doing? Going the wrong way. Sorry about that. So how does the application accomplish all of that? As noted, the plat covers horizontal development only. As was said earlier, vertical development of buildings will be evaluated in subsequent PUDs for separate lots. Fundamentally, the plat defines the road network and access for both public roads and private roads. It also defines water, sewer, power, and other utilities. And the plat depicts the location and plan for open space. Our open space dedication vastly exceeds code requirements. On this slide, the open space dedication in green shows the dedication to the city of Louisville for open space. You'll hear how the open space and its design were unanimously approved by the Open Space Board. The light blue areas that you see are open space dedications to Boulder County to the north and to Broomfield to the south, dedicated that way because they are not within the city of Louisville. They're not within this jurisdiction. But they do count as public use lands for dedication purposes under the Louisville Code. Let's see here. Come on. There we go. So how does the proposal exceed prior proposals and approvals? Let's look at the 2010 GDP. In that GDP, there was a 38-acre land dedication, which was 12% of the land mass. And the square footage was limited to 2.5 million square feet, as you've heard already. There was a proposal or requirement of the extension of Campus Drive, but there wasn't much else under the GDP. So move on to the 2021 proposal to amend the GDP. This was what was subject of the referendum. It increased the proposed land dedication from 12% to 29%. It sought an increased building square footage of 500,000 feet. Hence the referendum. And then let's look at the 2023 proposal, our proposal, which we think is better in all regards. Public land dedication now is 45% of the total acreage of the plat, over 100 acres more than what was required by the GDP. And it responds to the community requests for more open space. In addition to improving Campus Drive and providing a home for Avista Hospital, Sterling Bay is contributing approximately $25 million in offsite improvements that you've already heard about. More specifically, since the multiple hearings at Planning Commission, Sterling Bay listened to the commission's and the public's concerns. We further enhanced commitment to the 20+ criteria in Chapter 16. For instance, we've established additional enhancement of wildlife and native plant management. You'll hear more about that in a moment. We've broken up the block lengths, focused on limited grading where possible. Thank you for those questions. And there'll be a lot more information on the grading for sure. Further expanded the trails and bike paths throughout the platted area and added further amenities, including a community park, pickleball courts, and a several-acre dog park. Roads. Importantly, the depicted road network serves both the development and the community. That is not always the case with the plat. It usually just serves the development. Critically, in this case, all roads are paid for by the development, not the city, including the public roads, obviously. The network contains 3 major public streets that you've heard about from Mr. Zaccaro already. The centerpiece is the extension of Campus Drive, one of the first improvements that will be started when construction begins. Rockcrest Drive, which is formerly Tape Drive, connects across the south, ultimately, of the project from Northwest Parkway to 88th, and Sorrel Drive, which connects the property from north to south, Campus Drive down to Rockcrest. And then, as was noted, their interior blocks, block sizes are broken up by private roads that will have availability to the public as well. To punctuate the two-dimensional nature of the preliminary plat approval versus later approvals, the developer and others will later come before you with their own PUDs related to what you see as tan lots up here. For these separate areas, the design, the placement, a lot of the detail will come before you through the city process. That's not part of what's happening with the plat. That development, as it comes through, will be constrained by the conditions that you put on the plat now and the final plat. But in addition, each PUD will meet the 30 commitments imposed by Sterling Bay, and then those will be validated, tested, and enforced by third parties, and you'll hear about that in a few minutes as well. For instance, LEED certification at a minimum silver level will be required. Solar will be required as well for the buildings. As you'll hear in a moment, we expect Avista to be your first PUD application if you approve the plat, and it will commence its public process at that point. And to clarify some misconceptions, Sterling Bay does not seek to exceed any of the existing GDP's parameters. Sterling Bay seeks no modifications, it seeks no variances from applicable zoning or land use requirements. We believe the preliminary plat meets and exceeds all the applicable criteria, and it does so in an exceptionally positive way that we think will bring many benefits to the community. With that, I turn it over to Dan Anderson of Avista Hospital.
Good evening. My name is Dan Anderson, and I'm the Chief Financial Officer for the AdventHealth Rocky Mountain region, who is the proud owner of AdventHealth Avista. I'm pleased to be here tonight, not only as part of this project, but also as a representative of AdventHealth. I'd like to take this moment to reference the shift from Centura to AdventHealth. AdventHealth has owned Avista for more than 20 years. However, until this past year, they had delegated the management responsibilities to Centura. This past year, AdventHealth took back direct management control of AdventHealth Avista. Any statements that Centura leadership made are not valid as we move forward. We, AdventHealth, are honored to be a part of this community and to meet the healthcare needs of this community. As you are aware, AdventHealth Avista is not just a healthcare provider. We are also a cornerstone of the Louisville community and the largest employer in the city, and this will grow. Avista has served the Louisville community for more than 3 decades, and we want to remain a part of this vibrant community for the next decades to come. Given that we have delivered over 60,000 babies during this time, I'm guessing that many of you have had the chance to visit our facility. Our facility is now 33 years old, and it's a challenge to expand and meet the community needs in its current location, many of which you've heard over time. If you've been to Avista, you'll remember the winding process to get to Avista and some of the challenges of getting in and out of that area. Our priority is to create a modern, state-of-the-art facility that is more accessible to our patients, our staff, and can ultimately expand into a much larger facility. Not only will this be the newest technology healthcare has to offer, but this move will allow us to provide an array of medical services and specialties that are not provided on our current campus today. We have been under contract for purchase of this 40 acres at Red Tail Ridge since 2021. And honestly, we would have hoped to be well under construction by now. Given our access issues and our aging infrastructure, we need to get going. Our need to expand is greater today than ever. The simple move from our current location to Red Tail will direct access from Northwest Parkway and 36 will provide better life safety access to over 400,000 community members within a 17-minute drive time. It's hard to believe that it's been 2 years and 1 month since the Marshall Fire. We knew we needed better access for our patients, however, we didn't appreciate how much we needed better egress until the fire. The urgency to immediately address the threats posed by Campus Drive and the single point of access and exit for the hospital is real. RTD is not readily available at our current site. Access and egress is everything to Avista and the community for safety, patient access, and employee in the community. I do want to set the record straight on communication that has been within the community. It is our goal to preserve Louisville shared process of the care that we deliver. There have been statements made by Centura leadership in the past. They do not apply to Avista today. Our goal is to stay in the Louisville community. However, we do need the opportunity to expand and have better access than we have today. Our ask to you is to keep Avista as Louisville's community health partner and largest employer. Help us serve even more patients in a new state-of-the-art facility, and help us improve the accessibility to the hospital with mass transit. In closing, we are looking to expand Avista before the shift to Advent Health. However, because of our break with Centura, it is imperative we make this move even more now. Currently, we are well represented in the South Market with 4 hospitals. But now we must develop a strong network of care in the North Market, which starts with the expansion of Avista. We have watched Red Tail Development evolve and work diligently with the council to address their concerns, and we believe this development provides the best opportunity for Avista's growth in Louisville. But we can't wait any longer. We encourage you to move expeditiously through this plat process so that we may begin the next phase of planning with you. As your community hospital, we are here to support and care for all of you as part of Louisville's future. And I do want to also reference that earlier this evening, when there was a lady out in the lobby that needed help, we did have our medical director of our ER and our nursing director of our ER happen to be in the lobby, and we're immediately at her side. And we're proud of our staff and the care that they provide. Thank you for being here and for your continued support. We look forward to sharing more about our vision in the upcoming months and working collaboratively with the council and the community. I would like to introduce Alexander Stewart, the principal of landscape architecture at Perkins & Will. Thank you.
Thanks, Dan. Good evening. My name is Alexander Stewart. I am the firm discipline lead lands architecture for Perkins & Will. We'll design firm that excels sustainability and resilience. I've worked on the highest sustainable building in the world, among other things, resilient strategies for cities. I'm working on this project for and by the location, beauty of surrounding environment. However, visiting a site of property to the remnants of previous life and dental debris that are in the landscape. Many ponds were properly cleaned or overgrown with plants that likely jays. One pot even has construction remnants out far from the pristine image that's being promoted. Miles of roads and paths crisscrossing the site through other debris. This is the reality of a space that has sat for 15 years. The previous site disturbance ranges from farmland to storage tech demo, abandoned coal mines, old railroads, roads, sidewalks, homesteads, abandoned utility lines, active utility lines, and more. Our research shows that with the exception of perhaps 10 to 15 trees, this site has been disturbed. We are listening to the community's concerns that we may be grading the site. We absolutely are. The site is in desperate need to be cleaned and given new life. And just to address the comment earlier, we're trying to minimize the grading on one half, but a lot of it's due to incorporating ADA paths, new roads, building plots, and there's benefits to grading, which I'll get into a little bit later. Taking that into consideration, our team understands that we need to make significant improvements to the site. We set forth 4 aspirations for the project: provide connective tissue to the communities, paths, roads, and open space, design and implement a sustainable and resilient campus, managing water, energy, among other strategies, honor the Front Range landscape and key planting palettes and wildlife habitats, embrace and respect the ethos of Louisville and how it transformed from a coal mining town to one of the most desirable towns to live in. Our design looks through the lenses of 4 core elements, the first being open space. For each lens, we looked at both a larger regional scale for how this project fits into the broader community and a site scale for detailed performance. Using GIS data, you can see how much land is currently closed off to the public in the giant tapestry of the extended community. As noted before, our project is proposing 139 acres of public land dedication for Louisville. Adding land dedicated to Boulder County and Broomfield, that number grows to 194 acres. And each PUD will have additional open space, which at this time we're estimating to be at least an additional 75 acres. This would equate to a total of 270 acres of open space for the community. The team is developing community program in and out of the PUDs that we believe best serve the town of Louisville. This includes community parks, nature preserves, a small amphitheater, and a dog park, among other destinations. For example, this is a proposed 7-acre park in PUD 1. This is not the park that was being shown in the northwest corner before. This is an entirely different park that includes pavilion, a place for food trucks and crop sharing, a park course for exercise, and space for celebrations and community gatherings. This is a 2-acre plus dog park in PUD 5. Again, this is within the development PUDs, additional open space that is under design. Spaces for big dogs, little dogs, people, and big fire hydrants. We looked at regional water systems. How does this site impact other sites from quality and quantity of water? Where's water coming from and where's water going? The existing man-made ponds on site give me concern. What are the drainage corridors picking up and conveying from the site when it rains? We have been creating site scale strategy to think and rethink water conveyance. Working with the existing drainage corridors, we're creating a new healthy ecosystem while acknowledging the mega drought that has affected so many people here in this community. We realize that the value of every drop of water and how each drop is critical for the future of Colorado. Here you can see a pond on a spring day that we are referring to as the Nature Preserve. This will be yet another destination for the public. We see it attracting some of the most diverse wildlife on site, especially after snowmelt or fresh rain. We examined the community mobility networks. and thought about the connectivity of how people get to and from the site. And instead of the gap in connectivity that exists today, we will stitch the site with key corridors for movement, alleviating some current challenges. For example, we are proposing 20+ miles of trails, bike routes, and sidewalks. We see these additional community trails and walks as opportunities to provide healthier routes to work and school for community well-being. Further, this project is close to regional and local RTD stations, supporting transit that allows economically disenfranchised communities access to health, jobs, and open space. Here's a simple path cutting through the site. We're using boulders and simple posts as property boundaries rather than fences between the public and private spaces to invite people and wildlife into the property. And this image showcases one of our overlooks in the amphitheater as part of a larger open space trail network. You can see the vast amount of trails in this image that will be part of this project. And lastly, site planting and habitat. The existing planting palette has a limited diversity and is about 25% noxious weeds. The existing trees are also in poor health. Many are Russian olives, and the landscape in general does not support a thriving ecological system. We are partnering with High Plains Environmental Center, a Loveland nonprofit that has been teaching others how to create healthy native habitat within the built environment for over 20 years. Together, we are proposing a robust overhaul of the planting for the site. We're going to eliminate the noxious weeds and proposing 125 new species, including 100 native species and 25 native adaptive species to create new habitat at a large scale. This includes 3,000 new trees. And we have begun work with the Butterfly Pavilion to make this project a certified pollinator district. This action coincides with Louisville being a certified bee city. Sterling Bay has already put a dozen hives on site, and we've brought some honey from the site that we'd love to share, if that's legal. If it's not, then it's all mine. Sterling Bay is investing in the Butterfly Pavilion to do ongoing monitoring after the project is complete. That will build upon the previous studies that ERO has done, including wildlife use studies, burrowing owl studies, raptor studies, prairie dog management studies, migratory bird nest assessments, tree surveys, pollinator protections, and so on. Whoops, backwards. In this rendering, you can see the post version of the property markers with bird boxes incorporated along with a diverse new planting palette. This concept came together working with Louisville staff. I hope you see this as not the old plan, despite claims to the contrary. Sterling Bay has approached this project with a vested interest in how to make this project community focused, and we hope you see the new vision. And now Cassie will speak to mobility.
Thank you, Zan. Good evening. I'm Cassie Slade, and I'm a local transportation engineer with Fox Tuttle Transportation Group. We have been working with Red Tail Ridge for the past 5 years, and during that time, we have closely and regularly studied the traffic impacts associated with the project and the regional growth. More importantly, sorry, there's a fly on my piece of paper. And more importantly, our work has focused on identifying enhanced safety features and reducing single occupancy vehicle traffic. I'm a licensed expert. I'm pleased to share our analysis with you tonight, as well as important information on how Red Tail Ridge, you are so good, thank you, will promote multimodal travel and reduce vehicle trips. Campus Drive is the #1 priority of the Red Tail Ridge project, and it will fully be funded by the development. The extension of this east-west roadway is also the 3rd highest priority of Louisville per the city's TMP. Campus Drive needs to be extended to 96th Street to provide congestion relief for the families of the Monarch schools and to provide additional connectivity for the entire community. This important road will be completed in 3 years. And to answer some of the previous questions, Rockcrest will be built from 88th to Northwest Parkway also in 3 years. And then additionally, Campus Drive at 88th, those improvements will also be built in 3 years. And the delays will be reduced and the level of service will be improved. Here's an example of how Campus Drive can look as a result of Red Tail Ridge. You can see the bike lanes, the walking paths, the extended roadway, and if you look on the bottom, you can also see the outline of a future roundabout, which is an excellent traffic calming device. In partnership with the city, the roadways and the multimodal features will be open to the public for safe and efficient travel. The additional capacity and connectivity is anticipated to reduce congestion points that are experienced today. A new transportation network has the greatest benefit to emergency services, as discussed earlier. Since the new roadways will reduce the distance, it will then also reduce the time in responding to an incident. Red Tail Ridge can be a model of transit-oriented development, since it is 1 mile from the US 36 Flatiron Station and several other bus stops. And each district employee will receive an eco-pass. We also know that one of the major hurdles of increasing ridership is that the first and final mile isn't always complete. And so Red Tail Ridge will be providing shuttles between the campus and the RTD station. This is one of the many important measures Sterling Bay is investing in to reduce traffic and to make this a thriving campus. The proposed multimodal network that Zan had shown earlier will connect to several existing trails and sidewalks, making it easy for access for all people that are walking, biking, and wheeling. As Rob had talked about earlier, transportation demand management, it's a technical lingo for the strategies to incentivize people to get out of their cars. In addition to everything I've listed so far, the Red Tail Ridge TDM plan will also include dedicated parking spaces for carpool, van pool, car share. There will be telecommuting options, bike parking, and on-site changing facilities and showers. Red Tail Ridge will also hire a TDM coordinator who will manage and encourage employees to commute sustainably and participate in the available programs. The Red Tail site might be the most heavily studied site in the Front Range, with 5 studies in the last 4 years. The latest traffic study of the project includes updated counts that were taken in January 2023, updated completion of nearby developments, updated future forecasts from regional models, and the latest Red Tail Ridge site plan. The map you see here shows all of the locations of improvements that are going to be fully funded and constructed by Red Tail Ridge. The blue are internal and the black are the external ones. All of these will be completed in the first 3 years. In addition to the Campus Drive extension and the internal roadway network, Red Tail Ridge is funding $25 million of off-site improvements. This includes widening of 96th, intersection enhancements on 88th, and various upgrades to Northwest Parkway. As we've all kind of been discussing, waiting for Northwest Parkway's answers. So the last several weeks has been busy, and Sterling Bay has agreed to fund $9 million in improvements on Northwest Parkway. This will improve the level of services and hopefully provide some congestion relief. There will be new turn lanes at 96. There will be signal and turn lane improvements at Tape Drive. There'll be a 3rd southbound lane from 96 to US 36, as well as a pedestrian bridge. It is very important to understand that none of these off-site improvements will be implemented or funded without Red Tail Ridge project. And again, I want to reiterate, all internal and external improvements will be completed in the first 3 years. All right, we're going to get a little nerdy and dive into the weeds on the traffic study. I heard a lot of questions about the traffic study earlier, so I want to kind of answer some of those before I go into some of the detail on this slide. So the traffic study process, we have to kind of draw a line in the sand. We have to kind of find points in the horizon that we are going to evaluate to see when are things triggered, how much development would then bring it to the next level and keep going on. We also have to check in with all the regional growth. So in this traffic study, we did look at 3 different phases, if you want to call it that. So we checked in at 2025, 2030, and 2040 to see what was happening in the area and what then we would need in the roadway network to accommodate all of the traffic. And so what you saw earlier, the red and blue map, that is just the snapshot in the traffic study that is explaining when things are triggered. It is not explaining the construction phasing or the agreement between the city and the developer of when those will happen. It's just saying, if we go on this linear path, here's where you'll need it, and here's what triggers it. So sometimes you did see that background triggers it, and sometimes it was Red Tail that triggered it. And so those aren't saying who's committed to what or negotiations. That's just saying, per the analysis, here's what happens. So hopefully that helps explain a little bit on that. So back to this table. This here is showing you how the traffic is going to gradually increase over time, and over the next 16 years, it will not happen overnight. And all of the planned improvements will disperse that 21,000 trips into multiple directions, and most of it will be leading to major arterials and regional facilities. Note that in the 1/4 of the Red Tail Ridge trips in 2030 are related to the hospital. Due to its new location, the nearby residents and the Monarch families will benefit from the hospital traffic being rerouted to the major corridors. I also want to clarify the difference between trips and cars. They're two very different things related to each other. 21,000 trips is not 21,000 cars. Each trip represents a one-way car trip. For example, the national data estimates that the average household generates 10 trips per day. That does not mean each of us owns 10 vehicles per household, hopefully. Maybe 10 bikes, though. I'll be happy about that. So if you think about it in that case, that then our trips aren't just half, it's gonna be less than half of that total trips will be the amount of cars, because I know that's been something that's been circulating around the public. All right, last but not least, the project's proposed improvements will be beneficial to the greater community with reduced traffic near the residential areas and upgraded infrastructure to serve the future traffic. The analysis indicated that there will be excess capacity even with the full build-out of Red Tail Ridge. The findings and recommendations of this study are consistent with other traffic and corridor studies from the past 10 years. It is important to note that the transportation infrastructure will be constructed prior to any of the buildings being completed and generating traffic. As mentioned before, these will be in the first 3 years. In conclusion, Red Tail Ridge is committed to enhancing the transportation network and community and accommodating all modes of travel. I will now hand it over to Quinn Schutte to detail the project's sustainability and wellness commitments.
Thanks, Cassie. Good evening. My name's Quinn Schutte. I'm a sustainability consultant with Branch Pattern. We're a building consultancy dedicated to improving built environments through the study of environmental stewardship, human experience, and decarbonization. We've worked on over 400 LEED certified projects and are excited to be the sustainability consultant for Red Tail Ridge. Through our work with Sterling Bay, we've identified 30 commitments shaped by industry best practices and look forward and appreciate Louisville's ambitious sustainability goals. Throughout the next few slides, I'll share some of the commitments Red Tail Ridge has made. These include over 20 miles of trails, the second largest public land dedication in Louisville's history, next generation laboratory, office, industrial facilities, and rooftop solar arrays totaling 2.6 megawatts. These commitments are impressive, and I'll go into more detail about them, but what I'd like to emphasize with you today is the framework in which they're enforced and validated by. Red Tail Ridge aims to be an industry and statewide model for sustainability and wellness. Every single commitment is tied to an external third party, specifically LEED and Fitwel. These third parties are established based on academic studies and for years have not only set the standard, but continue to lead the movement in sustainable, high-performance building and site design. At the site level, Fitwel C&I certification will be achieved. I'll go into further detail about this rigorous certification in a few moments, but for now it's important to know that many credits, in order to achieve Fitwel site certification, many credits need to be earned. However, only some of the most important credits are included as part of the 30 commitments to the city and will be highlighted today. All of these credits will work together towards a common goal of community health and well-being. On a PUD level, all buildings will be designed and constructed to earn a minimum of LEED Silver certification. And just like Fitwel, many additional items will need to be accomplished to earn certification, and will be, but only a few of those credits will be highlighted as commitments. The 30 commitments were grouped into 5 impact categories: community, energy and carbon, site development and water, transportation and mobility, and health. Now within the community category, the public art commitment, validated by the Fitwel certification, requires that permanent public artworks be included within the development. And this will support social inclusiveness, foster a sense of community, and contribute to enhanced well-being. Within the energy and carbon category, the Renewable Energy Production Commitment, which is validated by the LEED certification, promises rooftop solar arrays totaling 2.6 megawatts. Now, these arrays would be one of the largest installations in the whole region. They're more than CU Boulder and roughly 70% the size of the solar at the National Renewable Energy Laboratory. The Light Pollution Reduction Commitment within the Site Development and Water category will work in tandem with Louisville's dark sky lighting to support natural sleep patterns, protect wildlife habitat, and reduce energy consumption. Light pollution mitigation practices are included in the design from the very start. Examples such as providing light shields on all outdoor fixtures, installing motion sensors, and requiring tenants to implement strategies to reduce light pollution from interior spaces. Within the transportation and mobility section, a comprehensive pedestrian network will ensure that pedestrian crossings are at all street intersections and will include sidewalks and designated pedestrian pathways between main entrances of all buildings and outdoor amenities. The outdoor fitness area commitment in the health category will ensure that within a half mile of every building, there'll be free and accessible exercise equipment. Now, going back to those certifications that'll validate all of these commitments, the first is Fitwel. Fitwel is a green building certification first produced by summarizing the analysis of over 5,600 academic research studies. The work was first completed by the U.S. Centers for Disease Control and Prevention and the U.S. General Services Administration and can be thought of as the Energy Star equivalent of wellness certifications. Currently, Fitwel is operated by a nonprofit, the Center for Active Design. Their mission is to transform design and development to support health and to ensure equitable access to vibrant public and private spaces that support optimal quality of life. The Fitwel program has been used all over the world, but specifically the Fitwel CNI site certification is less common, which is an enormous accomplishment and a testament to the large effort Red Tail Ridge is making. Red Tail Ridge has the opportunity to be the second certified site in the entire state. The only other certified site is in the Colorado Center in Denver, which was first certified in 2020. Now, on a building level, LEED will validate the remainder of those commitments. LEED stands for Leadership in Energy and Environmental Design. It's a green building certification program that's been used worldwide to produce high-performance, sustainable projects. Red Tail Ridge is committed to achieving LEED Silver or better on every single building within the development. And to give some additional context on the 2.6 megawatts earlier, that would produce enough energy to power around 320 Louisville homes. And using LEED's water reduction framework and validation, buildings would utilize 50% less water than comparable developments. So now that I've highlighted some of Red Tail Ridge's 30 commitments, I want to emphasize with you again that a rigorous Fitwel site certification, multiple minimum LEED Silver building certifications will work together to establish an accountability framework for the development. Red Tail Ridge will not only comply with code minimums, but will be an example in high-performance building and site design. Red Tail Ridge aims to be an industry and statewide model for sustainability and wellness. And with that, I'll pass to Luke for closing remarks.
Oh, okay. We covered a lot of ground tonight. We'll wrap up with the following quick summary. First, Louisville's own Red Tail Ridge can become the region's premier life science campus. Red Tail Ridge ensures Louisville keeps Avista Hospital in Louisville. And for all those non-golfers out there, Red Tail Ridge can be the largest non-golf public land dedication in Louisville's history. And lastly, Red Tail Ridge extends the much-needed campus drive at no cost to the taxpayer. So a quick reminder that our Red Tail preliminary plat meets and exceeds all applicable Louisville criteria from Title 16 from the code. Second, the plat is in alignment with the city's comprehensive plan. There's no request to exceed any of the GDP's parameters. And third, we fulfill all the public benefit expectations under Chapter 16 of the code. In short, your approval tonight literally unlocks the gate on amazing benefits for the city of Louisville, none of which require a change to the existing GDP. And with that, I want to thank you for your time tonight, that of your staff and advisory board members leading up to this meeting. We look forward to answering any further questions you might have.
Thank you. Appreciate the presentation, pretty comprehensive. Do we have any questions? It is now 11:30. Thoughts? It is late to be starting to ask questions. What I feel bad about, although I guess if we bump this part over to the 20th, most of the same people are going to be here. Both, then we're not probably putting people to an extra work by doing that. So maybe we ought to, at least what I would propose is we continue the hearing until the 20th. And I'll make that motion that we continue our hearing and the public hearing until then, which is the 20th at 6 p.m. Did I get it right? How about that?
I would second that.
Okay. Any discussion? All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Thank you very much for your participation tonight. We're not done with the public hearing.
First reading?
I'm going to do that, yeah. City attorney report?
I have no report.
Darn right, you have no report. All right, council comments, committee reports, and identification of future agenda items. Please, no, please do.
Excuse me, do you mind taking your conversations out into the hallway? We're just wrapping up. Thank you so much.
I just wanted to give a quick update on what's happening with the Rocky Mountain Municipal Airport and the roundtable. There was some discussion at the last meeting on Thursday evening about either discontinuing it or if we could make recommendations to the FAA and the tower to make some changes in the routes that the planes take, particularly the route that the flight schools take. And so at the next meeting on the first Thursday of February, March, sorry. There's going to be, we hope, the final report from the consultants, and that result will be essentially determine where we go from here. So if you're interested, you can log in, Zoom in, and listen to what happens. So, thank you.
Other reports. Councilmember Bierman, welcome.
Thank you.
And
Are they always this long?
pardon me?
Are they always this long?
No, they aren't, and they will not be.
I'm teasing.
Seriously. So with that, I guess we probably ought to probably mention what's tentatively scheduled for the regular meeting on the 20th. Wastewater treatment plant solids handling construction contract, wastewater treatment chemical purchase, OTAC contract addendum, contract for upgrades to council chambers broadcast system. Amen. Resident service contract, Life in Louisville photo contest awards, Ironton easement vacation first reading, and of course, the conclusion to this hearing. Thank you, everybody. We're adjourned.